Whoa, someone was quick. You're like, ram right in there. Hey, Brendan, Happy New Year. Live chat. And get you guys over here. Happy New Year's, my critters. Let's hit play on that and pause. There we go. There we go. We want to be live chat. I don't need this, I don't think. Okay. Happy New Year's, my victims and critters. As you can see, I've been pretty busy. This is all the stuff that I've done on the, well, actually I have even more over there drying. This is all the stuff I've done on the Creality resin printer. I finally got a really nice Eiffel Tower print, and the railing didn't fail. Look at that. I'm very happy with that. Although I'm kind of annoyed, resin must shrink or something must change as it cures, because I printed a downscale of this whistle. I made an itty bitty version, and when I first dried it, you know, to the point where I could touch it with my bare hands, it worked great. But then 20 minutes later, it stopped working. I don't know why. Something changed internally. Because when I first finished curing this, it worked fantastically. It had this really shrill, cute little high-pitched sound because it's so tiny. And I don't know why it doesn't work now. It's weird. So the other ones work. You know, so the full-size ones work. Yeah, cat's in the tree again. Yeah, there he is. Yeah, Ender doesn't like climbing the tree. He likes reaching up and grabbing stuff, but Nosy there, he loves climbing up inside that tree. Oh yeah, he's bent all the arms. It's an artificial tree, so it's got those metal arms, which are pretty durable actually, but they give under weight, and he's bent all of them. And he's deballed like 3/4 of the tree. I made a little tiny one of those Christmas deer. It came out absolutely fantastic. So I said, how small can I go? So that is I believe that's a 25% scale. And so here's 25% of that. Look how tiny it is. We're talking about cats deballing trees, and we're talking about resin 3D printers. I tried to fit as much on the print bed as I could. I just crammed. I had 13 separate prints on the print bed all at once. I tried to print the bag, but I think it came out a little too thin. Actually, the bag worked fine. It was getting it off the print bed that destroyed it. So I think I actually need to put support underneath this so that I can snip it off instead of trying to scrape it off. Because it was too thin, so the bottom of the bag tore. Otherwise, fantastic. It's actually even got a little bit of flex to it because it's so thin. And I printed Kajai's little fox. That was really cute. I just filled the print bed. I just scaled things until I can make a whole bunch of crap fit. I printed 2 more of those pens that I love so much. I could do these with PLA too, and PETG. But I love these pens. You take a Bic pen and it sticks right in there and turns it into a pen. I printed my little Dilophosaurus from Jurassic Park. I still have to remove this. It's supposed to be the ABS white resin, but I'm not sure if it is because the bottle says white standard. So I don't know if they just didn't use a new label for it or if I actually got the original white instead of the ABS white. I don't know. I did have an interesting failure. Like both of these pens failed. They both failed at that height and it continued printing, but it didn't go up any higher, even though this is shorter than the build volume of the printer. So I'm wondering if there's a hardware limit of 144 millimeters or something like that. Because for some reason it's not letting me print the full height of the pen. So I'll have to send Creality a file and have them test it. But these failed interestingly. And I'm not sure what all of that is. At first, and the point's not there. Now, this I've successfully printed. See, it printed all the way up to the top. So I'm not entirely sure what's going on with that. It might have been detritus from a piece of one of the other prints that failed, but I don't see any failures. So is this stuff here from this moving around while it was printing? Now, this was still firmly attached. I mean, as soon as I saw that, I grabbed the print and wiggled it, and it was still firmly attached. So this didn't come loose. But maybe it was still flexible enough because these legs are pretty flexible. See how flexible that is? So maybe it was, but see, why would it do it all the way down here? I don't know what's going on with that. Thank you, Black Hundreds. Just remember, folks, PayPal link down below. They give me 97% of whatever you decide to give to me, while YouTube gives me 70%. They keep 30%. Greedy bastards. So, and this one had a partial failure as well. It's not as bad, but it still has some of those little weirdy things here, and it didn't finish the point. And it looks like it was sideways. I don't know. Something must have come loose in the vat. I gotta check the vat and see if there's any loose detritus in there that was causing it to not print properly. Rocinante. No, don't worry about it, dude. I appreciate it. I just let people know just so they're aware. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. This one didn't come out great. The PDWs failed. So I either need to figure out how to support the PDWs or I need to print them separately. And also the antenna on the front failed. And also the ship warped. So I guess insufficient support to hold it in place. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. He's a good kitty cat. Yeah. The Eiffel Tower came out fantastic. Every detail came out great. You can see right through it. See? That's one of my best Eiffel Tower prints yet. I mean, I don't see a single flaw with this. And I also printed a little itty bitty version of the pie cup. So that is the number pi to that many decimal places all the way down the whole entire cup. I did this with PLA as well, although a bit bigger. Yeah, that's nice. That's really nice. You can see pi down on the bottom there. This one had a couple of issues, so I'm going to have to reprint it. Well, I'm setting my own settings, so I'm not entirely sure what's going on. I got to play with them more, of course. The bed was also very crowded, so it's possible I just had debris getting in the way. This one I broke taking the support off. There's cylinders that attach here to allow this to print, and they're made for PLA printing. So the central core came off, no problem. But the outer ones, they took the fins with them when I broke them off. So I got to work on my part removal. But that's the Cosmostrator by MechG. It's just a beautiful spaceship. I know the model itself and the basic orientation is okay because these came out perfect. I mean, that is one of the most perfect resin prints I've ever made. I mean, just absolutely beautiful. Every single detail is there. Beautiful. So the only thing I did was I changed to white, and I adjusted my settings accordingly. You know, a little longer burn time for the opacity of the white. But why did that turn off? That should not have turned off. Plugged in should be never. So why? Ah, the plug came partially out, so it was on battery mode. Okay. It is. This one I did at 0.05 instead of 0.1. And the clarity, I mean, let me give you some close-ups of these. The clarity is just incredible. Every little detail, the thrust vector vanes, the landing pads. Man, it came out beautiful. And to save time, I printed two at the same time. This one failed because the memory card was full, and so it didn't slice the entire file. Oops. Here is Starship. All the little details. There we go. Yeah, there is some dimples in the model. You can see those little dimples built into the model. Really, really nice. I got a little bit of Naomi. This is in white. Even the little tiny stilettos printed. Look at that. That's incredible. I've discovered with her, it's best to do the cleaning while she's still attached to the support. A little Jawa. Came out really nice. Even the little tiny eyes came out. And that there is not defects. That's actually details in the staff. Incredible. I've basically had almost no failures. It's been almost perfect. The little Dilophosaurus. Same thing, super delicate. So I left him on the scaffolding for the cleaning. So now he's nice and dry. So now I'll clip him off the scaffolding. I did a little one of my, well, I didn't design it, but the Dune dagger. Who is this? Hello? Hello? Are you going to answer or do I hang up? I guess hang up. Here's some close-ups of the Rocinante. Just ridiculous panel details. No, different phone. I use that phone to answer the call. This phone is just for my streaming. Oh, I got a little bit of support I got to remove in there. But every detail and still tearing apart my tree. Uh-huh, cat. You knocked the ball off the tree? This is that pie cup. See? 3.14159. All the way around. All the way down. Happy 2020. This is the Eiffel Tower. You see the details are just sick. Yeah, the Eligo Mars will give you similar print quality. No, this is my third resin machine. I currently have 4 resin machines. We're doing the 4th one today. So you guys have seen the deer. So you guys have seen the deer. Well, I decided to do a 25% scale deer. Zoom in. And I decided, you know something? I got room left on the bed. So why not do a further 25% scale? Just because I can. Zoom in. Can it even focus? Nope, too close to focus. And it got all the little details in the antlers. Incredible. Zoom and enhance. Zoom, 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 zoom. So there's close to full scale. 25% of that and 25% of that. This is probably not even a nickel's worth of resin. I mean, this is what, a gram? And it's $40 a kilo, so 40 divided by 1,000. And that's what it costs to print this. And this is maybe 2 cents worth of resin. It really doesn't take much resin. This, on the other hand, is a little on the expensive side. That's heavy. And the support is about 25% of the weight. That had a lot of support. If you watch my episode from this past Saturday, you'll see the support on that. But most prints take very little resin. This entire plate, so every single white print you see here, every single one, except her, she was a separate print. But every other white print you see was like 86 grams of resin. So that's like, what? $3.50 for every white print here. So these two, the bag, these two, the whistles, the 2 rockets, all of that was like $3.50. $3.50, how you say that? In resin. It's actually really practical. What else? Oh, this is really cool. I finally got a print of a shadow battle crab from Babylon 5. Oh yeah. Look at those little tiny points. And not nearly as much support as you might think either. That is just amazing. It printed like this. And only the bottom 2 spires here had support. Then Simon from RC Life On. I made a little tiny one of him. Then we have, the sorceress from Luby. Well, here's a little tiny sorceress. Even look at it, even got the fingers. You can just barely see the individual fingers actually printed. Just ridiculous. Babylon 5? Yeah, I love Babylon 5. Oh, and I finally printed a QSN, and it came out amazing. Yes, the LCD is good for like 400 hours of printing or something like that. But they're only like $30 to replace. You can sell 1 resin printer and pay for the consumables. You can sell 1 resin print and pay for the consumables. Cat bus. And I've almost got the squish on the bottom tuned out. Kijai's Fox. No, I have not. Well, my first printer, the FL Sun S, which is a OEM of the Micromake L2, that used water washable resin, and it worked fine. The child from Yoda's Species. I got a couple more of these queued up to print. I got some big resin prints queued up, as big as I can on this thing. The whistle worked fantastically, but when I tried to break the little warbler free, it broke the side of the whistle. And So I need to go into Tinkercad and redo that warbler, that little ball in there, so that it has a very tiny little support holding it to the inside of the whistle, so it'll break way easier. The pen. You see the little nubs from the support. The itty bitty whistle that did work initially, but now stopped working, and I'm not sure why. Yeah, it just doesn't work now. I don't know why. It did work. Yeah, as a FDM print, this whistle is great. It's one of my favorites. Very loud. Wonder, does this one work? Yeah, it works. Hard to blow through, though, so the opening must be getting closed up. I'm thinking maybe because I printed the wrong orientation. I think this is supposed to print like this, but in order to fit it with the 13, I printed it like this. So maybe that's why it didn't print right. This one, on the other hand, came out great. That came out real nice. For whatever reason, the train whistle didn't come out so great. Yeah, that one barely works. Again, maybe it's supposed to print this way, and because I printed it this way, it failed. That might be why. Cat in a tree? Nope, he got another tree. Now, what I don't understand is why this one failed. So I wanted to do this in white because it's supposed to be white, because then I only have to paint the little sharp details. But I got this, and I'm not sure why I got that. I'm not sure where that came from. This was still firmly attached, so it's not like it broke free. So I'm not sure. I will have to work on that. I have a feeling that these caused the failure. Yeah, that's what this does. It's got the two different notes side by side. I know this will only print that high for some reason. No, it's at this height. When it got this high, it stops, and eventually it actually crashes into the bed for some reason. I think I'm hitting a firmware limit that shouldn't be there. Ooh, a resin death whistle. That would be nice, because that's got a lot of nice details. Oh, definitely going to have to queue that up to print. Well, now that I'll have two resin printers going, I'll be able to print more. But I think this is why it failed, and this may have attributed to that. So we'll have to see. The Dilophosaurus came out great. Oh man, that is so nice. Oh man, even his little teeth in there came out. I didn't know. I don't know what caused the base squishing problem, but I think I've solved it. You can see I'm actually starting to get a bevel on my support now, the raft. I am currently at G1.2. I'm going to go G1.5, Z1.5 next. Basically, I'm telling it to start off higher. Instead of starting off at Z0, I'm telling it to start off at Z.5. Then I tried Z1. Then I tried Z1.2. Next, I'm going to try Z1.5. Well, that's what I'll do. I'll print the rocket by itself. I was just trying to maximize efficiency. This print took 11 hours. So basically, this pen takes 11 hours. And it takes 11 hours whether I print one or all 13 models. It took the same 11 hours. So I just filled the bed. Just because I could. Yeah, I'll show you. So there's a view of some of the... I already took some of the models off. I just filled the entire print bed. These are the ones I already took off that were all over here. So I just packed the volume as best I could. But the quality is really impeccable. And so far, except for when I do goofy things like what I did, I haven't had a single failure yet. I'm using the G2 box. The Creality comes with G2 box, which really makes me happy because G2 box is nice. Although I hear Prusa Slicer does better supports, and you can export the supported STL and then bring that into the G2 box and slice it for your printer. So I heard you can do that. See you later, Mr. T. Hey, Rui Raptor. But yeah, those really impressed me. What are you getting into, Kat? I hear you getting into something back there. Do a video on what? Oh, using the Prusa Slice and then bringing it in the G2 box? Yeah, I can do that once I learn how to do it. Hey, Bat1UK. But apparently, like, G2 box does the same thing. When you add supports, the supports become part of the STL. And you can export that. So that would be an interesting way of adding tree supports to a print. And that, so now I know how people do that with SLA prints. You can do it that way. So let's grab the printer. Now here's the setup I have right now. I have the mean green, the alcohol, and the water. The brush that the Creality included actually works really well for cleaning off prints. And then, of course, I also have the spray bottle of IPA. So far, I am not impressed with mean green for cleaning prints. Maybe you have to use it with an ultrasonic bath for it to work well. Because Uncle Jesse used it and he loved it. He said it was the best one of the batch. But I used it and my prints are still sticky when I pull them out. But when I clean them with IPA, they're not sticky. So maybe it requires the ultrasonic bath. Well, I ordered one. I have an ultrasonic bath coming in on Saturday, and it's one that does heating as well. I tried that with this. I put this in the microwave for 15 seconds, and that made it warm. Not hot, but warm. And it didn't seem to make a difference. I mean, I know it's taking resin off because I can see the cloudiness in the bath. So maybe it's just a combination of the mean green and the ultrasonic that you have to have both together. I like the mean green because it's $5 a gallon. It's very, very cheap. While the alcohol is $12 a gallon. So it's quite expensive and it's very consumable. You know, once you've saturated the fluid with resin, you can't use it anymore. Star Trek Shonic Sour. What is Yellow Magic 7? I don't know what that is. Let's grab the new printer. Goddamn cat. You got the thing out of the sink again. I thought I rigged it up so he couldn't do that. He loves pulling these out of the sink, and then he sticks his paw down inside the drain. Ew! Oh my god, I almost lost my mailbox keys. Like, they would have been gone forever. I would have never found them. I got up in the morning and I had the keys sitting on my table. Usually I keep them in the car, but I actually had them in my pocket still. So I had them on the table. And I guess the shiny brass got his attention. So he actually grabbed the key ring for the brass keys with the keys dangling and was about to take off and jump off my bed. And I just caught him and reached over and grabbed the keys like, oh, no, you don't. Because he would have hid those keys in a hole somewhere and I never would have found them. So today, we're playing with the Anycubic Photon S. Not as expensive as you think. If you compare it to cheap PLA, yes, it's much more expensive, relatively speaking. But a kilogram of resin, which is the equivalent of a kilogram of PLA, is about $35 to $45. That's equivalent to high-end PLA. You know, if you buy atomic filament, it's 30 bucks a kilogram. You buy powder pasta, it's 50 bucks a kilogram. You know, so that's getting into the high-end PLA price range. But there is a difference. Most of the time, when you print with resin, you are printing little things. Okay? So you're not using a whole lot, and there's no waste. It's not like SLS where there's a wastage that you can only reuse so much. So the cost per print is extremely negligible. Okay. Manuals, and I'm assuming FET films, yes. Whoa, they include some resin. Very cool. Big bottle too. That's half a kilogram. Cool. I was not expecting that. I was not expecting them to include resin. Oh, is there something in here? Nope. Go get it, cat. Yeah, I used hot water as well. I warmed the mean green, and I warmed the water as well. I'm actually gonna keep a hold of this and use it to put trash in. So this opens up this way, right? Yes. And we have more packing in here. Ah, the build plate, the vat. Anything else in here? Nope. Nope. So there is the build plate. So how does that level? Ah, set screw up here. That's good. Set screw on top means the set screw can't fall out. And this is your lock-in for your axis. Okay. No, I was rubbing my eye, but just in case there's any resin on the table anywhere, I'm making sure not to use my fingertips to rub my eye. So I'm rubbing with the palm of my hand, which are clean. I mean, I cleaned up the table, but there's still a chance there's something lying around here. And I'm touching these prints. Like there might be a small part of a print that still has a little bit of resin, and I don't want to get that in my eye. I might not be able to feel it on my finger, but my eye might feel it, and I only got one. So I don't want to mess with it. Okay, so this has got dual Z using that hybrid linear guide rail kind of setup. Like the, is it the Soval that uses that? So inside here, there's an aluminum extrusion with two metal rods inside. And so these blocks will have wheels that ride along these rides, kind of like an inverted linear rail. But it's got two of them, which is supposed to be more stable. So we shall see. Aluminum base, aluminum, but the rest is plastic. So they've tried to save some cash with a little bit of plastic in key places, which I'm fine with. I also have a second vat coming in. I also have vats coming in for the Creality printer because I'm going to experiment with multicolor resin prints. Yeah. You know, I can't do like palette kind of multicolor, but I could do layer multicolor. So like imagine printing something like this, where the first 10 millimeters is black and the next 3 millimeters is brown and the next 3 millimeters is yellow. That kind of multicolor I should be able to do. Oh, I'm sorry. There we go. So this is your Z-axis lead screw, your dual linear guides, not linear rails, but linear guides, your vat, aluminum base plate. Yeah, Orter, that's right. The Order 4. It used this similar style guide rails. So key pieces like the hinges are metal, which kind of makes sense. The parts that don't need to be metal aren't metal. I do love the full top of the Creality, especially how durable it is. I mean, that thing you can kill somebody with. And it's all metal. And it's also very quiet. And the Creality also has another little trick up its sleeve. Well, there you go. I don't know if I'd want the monoprice one because you got to plug it into a computer to use it. I would put that credit toward one of these, either the, because I know people who have this and say it's fantastic. And so far, that's proving fantastic. I have a Mars. I have an Eligo Mars. I'm hoping they'll send me the Pro. I'm really, really hoping they'll send me the Pro. We'll see. I haven't gotten a reply back yet, so it's not looking good. But the other advantage, I don't know if this one does it as well. Maybe. I wonder what these are. But the Creality appears to have a passively heated build chamber. There's no question that build chamber gets warm. And there's a fan inside there. I think they're drawing the hot air from the bottom because the LED produces a lot of heat. They're drawing the hot air from the bottom and using it to heat the chamber. And I have a feeling that helps because I know cold resin does not print as well. Best flavor resin? You really shouldn't be tasting this stuff. I really would advise against tasting. All right, now does this take standard power? No, it doesn't. It takes a stupid little special plug. Really? You had to use a power brick? You couldn't put the power supply in the printer? I hate power bricks. Well, at least that takes a regular cord. I also love the fact that they include a half a kilo of resin. That looks like a 500-gram bottle. It doesn't say, but that looks like a 500-gram bottle. Well, I'd rather them delay it and get it right. Hopefully it's a quality power supply. Looks like it's 12 volt, 6 amps. Okay. There we go. Set up on my Wham Bam slap mat. So this is nice because it catches any drizzles. I don't like this fully enclosed nature. I'd rather a full removable lid like this. And the reason I prefer a full removable lid is that this is a messy process. No matter how careful you are, this is messy. You get resin everywhere. That's why you must make sure the moment you crack one of these bottles, you open this casing, you have your gloves on. Because it's a messy process, no matter how you do it. And this one's going to be a lot harder to clean. I know, but just go right for the kilo, man. The older stuff you can get for like between 35 and 45, depending on what color and whether you get the ABS stuff or not. But I believe the transparent was at one point as low as $34.99 for a kilogram. So you get the 1 kilo bottle. Start with clear. Don't even start with colors. Just get clear. The clear is the most forgiving and uses the shortest burn times. So it's going to be the most forgiving resin to start with. How bad does it stink? Ooh, yeah, a little bit of an odor. Not that dissimilar. Have I tried painting? Yes, not resin yet, though. I have not tried painting resin yet. But considering how smooth it is, I don't anticipate it being a problem. Now, I do wish I'd gotten the new one. Apparently, they have a slightly updated model, and I'm not sure what the differences are. It looks exactly the same. And it does come with 2 extra FEPs, which is really nice. All right, where is the memory card? What's in this bag? Okay. So they give you a mask, screwdriver, some gloves, which is nice. I consider that mandatory, so I'm glad they included it. What the hell did you slide off for? Stay up there. Oh, this table's tilted. Huh. Okay, some extra screws. I'm going to guess that these are extra. Oh, there's an extra grub screw for this. And I'm guessing a couple of extra screws for the vat. Wrenches for those 2 screws. The all-important plastic scraper. I use 3 tools on my prints. I use my chisel, my Fat Max chisel. I also use the regular metal scraper. So for most prints, I can get underneath with this and just give it a little twist, and it pops the print off. For a more delicate print, you can't do this. It's too thick. You'll actually bend and break the print. For those prints, I use this to get underneath, and then I come in with this. And I use the beveled edge facing up, and I work it under to break the print free without damaging the print. If anybody knows where I can get a sharpened scraper like this, but half the thickness, like what is this? Was this 1/2 mil? So I'd like to get like 1/4 mil steel. If anybody knows where I can get a scraper that's even thinner than this, that would be handy. Because some of, like for example, this print, I have a problem. You can see the leg is very, very thin. And I've broken a few legs getting them off the bed. I want metal, something that will allow me to do this. Give me that flex steel nature to get underneath the print without damaging it. You always use this on the FEP, but you want to use this on the aluminum. This won't do nothing getting prints off. Yeah, the Jazzlet's still here somewhere. I use CA. Just a regular old bottle, dollar store CA. Seems to work great. Like on this one here. Was it this one? Nope, not that one. Yeah, this one here. I broke that leg off right there, and I just glued it back on. And it held fine. I also use CA to join these 2 halves together. I got a little bit of water inside there. A little bit of the mean green got inside, and I can't get it out. So the inside will be nice and clean eventually. But I just joined them together with CA. That allowed me to print it like this. So I printed the 2 halves like that and then just joined them together. Gray or white will probably be better for painting. Clear is simply better for printing because it's more forgiving. It has a wider range of burn times that will successfully cure it. So if I go a little bit short on my burn time, the clear will probably still work. While if I go a little bit short on the white, it's probably going to fail. Correct. CA is cyanoacrylate. Super glue. I also suggest instead of using these drives that they come with, to replace it with these drives. CA, CA, CA. And it's easy. So you use these drives. They don't stick out as far. They hardly stick out at all. So there's less chance of you busting it, although that might actually be a problem on this one because the USB port is recessed. Nope, it fits fine. I was afraid it would go in too far and I wouldn't be able to get a grip on it to pull back out, but yeah, it's perfect. Now my USB port sticks out less than the switch, and I can still grip that and pull it out of there, no problem. So that's nice. But let's see, does Anycubic use Cheeto Box, or do they use their own slicer? Of course, every time you use this, make sure you clean it off. Okay. I have another one of these vats. Yes, those screws are for this. I have another one of these vats coming in. It's 40 bucks. So I ordered one off Amazon. And this way I can try to do multicolor with this one. Man, that's a freaking heavy vat. Jesus. That's got some mass to it. Yes, that'll work. It's UV cured. So yes, a UV glue or even resin as glue will work. But controlling it would be a little difficult. Hello? Oh, that's interesting. I can hear the FEP film reverberating as I talk. Okay, file, English Photon, Photon S slicing software, Windows, Photon Workshop. Okay, so they have their own slicing software. That's annoying. I'd rather just use Cheeto Box for everything. So Creality definitely gets a little one-up on that. Because that means I can't use any of my pre-sliced files. I got to reslice everything. Okay, it's missing a file. That can't be good. Where is my pen? And my book. So we are missing MSVCP140.dll. So what the hell could it be missing? MSVCP140.dll. Well, no shit. It's not a website, you idiot. It treated it like a website. So I have to install Visual C++. That's annoying. One or more issues cause the service to fail. It says it's already installed. So I already have Visual C++ installed, but it's not liking it. Shane, that doesn't make any sense. Can you reparse that? Well, here's the 2019 version. Who knows? I might need a specific version. It's installing so far. Hey, red light. Says setup successful. So let's see if it works. Negative. So I'm still missing that DLL file. So 2015 and 2019 don't work. Anycubic, if you're going to make software that is dependent upon other software, then you need to include that other software. I installed the newest, did not work. Still says missing file. Let's try running the setup again. Nope, still needs that file. Okay, so how the hell do I get that file and where do I put it? Well, I'm not installing you. MSVCP140.dll. No problem, Tim. I do my best to keep my victims happy. I'm not installing dllfiles.com client. I'm just not doing it. I don't trust you. I don't know who you are. Well, obviously, MSVCP140.dll is not part of the Visual C++ redistributable for Visual Studio 2015 because I can't get it working. And it won't let me install the 2015 version. Most likely because my PC already has a newer version. I installed 2019 and 2015. Didn't work. From the USB. Hello, Antonio from Germany. Well, the only limitation with Resin really is, yes, I'm using Windows 10. No, this is Windows 7. I only use Windows 10 when I absolutely have to. I don't trust it. Windows 10 will never touch this computer. Hello, Hexabase. From Anycubic. Let's see. Support software drivers and video. Photon Workshop. How do I download it? It says how to use Photon Workshop. Download the software, and then doesn't provide a link to download the software. It's like, what the fuck? Anycubic, fix your goddamn website. There's no download link on their website to download the freaking software. I did. It's not there. Oh, wait a minute. There's more. It was off the poor web design. It was off the edge of the screen. This is a 1080p panel, and their links are still off the edge of the screen. Fix your website, Anycubic. Come on. Here we go. It's downloading. Where's my text? Here we go. Yes, 2.1.19 is downloading right now. They use adaptive web page design, so it changes based on how big you make your browser window. Even max screen at 1080p, their links go off the edge of the screen. So because my window wasn't full screen, I didn't see the links going off the edge. Okay, control panel. Wow, I have C++ 2008, 2010, 2012, 2013, and 2015 through 19 on this computer. Why? Well, that doesn't need to be there. It's x86, 32-bit. And this doesn't need to be there because it's 32-bit. And this doesn't need to be there because it's 32-bit. Okay. Really? You're going to install it into a different directory? slightly annoying. Yeah, 1.0 is what came with it. Happy New Year, Michelle. Okay, so got rid of the old version. No, I didn't. Oh, yeah, it sloppily uninstalled itself, too. It left the icons. It is 11:40. This is why I'd rather just use Chi2Box. Hey, that worked. Yay! I don't know. This does not look like Chi2Box. Are you serious? I can't resize the window? What the hell kind of software doesn't let me resize the window? I can choose a too small window, or I can choose take up my whole goddamn screen. That's just dumb. Is there a difference between resins? Yes, absolutely. Although it's probably becoming more standardized. I uninstalled all the 32-bit versions, left the rest, and it's working. Okay, let's see. What do we want to print? Well, first we need to set this up. Will Chi2Box work with the Photon S? It has a setting. What's that mean? Oh, and I can't update Chi2Box either. Because to update, you have to create an account. I don't want to create an account. Let's see. So what does it has a setting mean? What printer setup? Under this settings? Machine? There's nothing in here for that. I'm in settings. There's no option to change anything. Under machine, it just says name, resolution, lock ratio, size, machine type, and mirror. And I can pick LCD mirror, DLP mirror, or normal. And I can change the resolution, and I can change the size, and that's it. Right side doesn't mean anything to me. The only thing on the right side is machine type, default, and mirror, LCD mirror. There's no option to change the printer. Yes. The C++, the USB drive came with version 1.0.1. The website had version 2.1.19 or something like that, and that worked fine. I think the newest version is 2015 through 2019. That's what it says. It says 2015-2019. So I don't see any way of changing a printer here. Unless this version of Chi2Box is hard-coded for the Creality printer. It is 11:45 here. So I am 2 hours behind you. And your clock is wrong. It's probably 1:45 where you are, not 1:36. So your clock is 9 minutes off. Above default, add printer. No. It says machine type default and there's nothing clickable there. So maybe that's this version of T2Box? I don't know. I can add a new profile, but that just creates a new entry for me to plug in settings. The Anycubic resin, I am going to use it because it came with the printer, and it does stink a little bit. Not horrible, not as bad as the Wanhao resin, which was really nasty. That's a good idea. It is stinkier than the Elegoo. Top left. Oh, add new printer. Okay. Oh, Anycubic Photon S. Wait a minute. How do I save the one that's on here? I don't want to mess this up. So how do I save this one? Export profile. I guess I can export the profile. Okay, so at least I have that saved. How do I name this? Oh, name. Reality. And there's no option to save. Oh, it looks like I use this to Mars too. That's nice. All right, Anycubic Photon S. Looks like nothing changed. So it looks like it's the exact same physical parameters. Happy New Year, Thomas. 05, 3, 8, 40. Bottom exposure time, 40 seconds? Jesus, that's long. I used a bottom exposure of 10 seconds. Well, we'll leave it. Maybe the Anycubic resin takes longer. Yeah, this just seems way too long. So we're going to drop that right down to 15. And 8 should be okay. 0.1. Which means I'll probably, yeah, 8 should be okay for that. Let's go 10. Just for now. So I didn't really care about those settings. And there's no G-code options. Oh, interesting. You can't adjust the G-code options for the Anycubic. Well, that's kind of annoying. Okay. Well, let's get this file sliced. Okay. All right, this one. Let's follow the directions. Get my chat up here. Well, I don't know what works because I've never used Anycubic resin. Like I know Wanhao resin takes long burn times. True. It says 50 watt. Okay. Move Z. Home. Okay. Okay, that is loose. Okay. That's probably not A4 paper. This probably is. No, it's not. But that's probably regular paper. Okay. That is secured. Blocking the screen. So how tight is too tight? How tight? Nice. The Eligo Mars is a good machine. It doesn't tell me how tight to make it. Okay, so it moves just a tiny bit. I'm gonna err on the side of looser. See, I can tilt that. I probably shouldn't be able to tilt that. I can still move the paper. Too tight. I can move the paper and it no longer tilts. Let's call that good. It doesn't give you any way to determine what is too tight or too loose. It doesn't give you any data. push it down. What would pushing down do? This is as a flexible head, maybe? No problem, Aaron. Happy New Year. How firm? How tight should the paper be? Resistance, loose, or hard to pull out? Like, I can move the paper around now. I feel a lot of resistance. So some resistance. So I think that's okay. So we go back here and we do Z equals 0. Enter. Setting okay. Move Z 10 millimeters up. I need to go at least 50 millimeters. Okay. This goes in. Hey, Tim, we just started. Okay. That's in the groove. That is in the groove. That is secured. Okay. Okay. Detection. Next. That looks good. Okay. All right. Printer is mechanically set up. Are the parts inside actually green? No, this is blue. Oh, you're looking through the yellow. So when you look at blue through yellow, it looks green. I don't want to, well, I guess I could turn it. If you look inside here, it's actually blue. Okay. This is clean. Usually you want to shake this stuff. Ooh, it's nice transparent green. Drip it dry. Okay. Okay. Don't need gloves yet. Haven't touched any resin. Now, the next time I open it, I'll need gloves. Let's get this prepped for when I do open it. Wow, nice screwdriver. Nice. Good point. Although it's not like toxic, like you're dead, you just touched it. Use reasonable care. Actually, it doesn't stink as bad as I thought it would. Slightly more odor than the LA goo, not much. Okay. So what do we want to print first? Something small and fast. Oh, let's see. No test cube. Maybe a Marvin. It should be a pretty fast print. What about an Optimus Prime Marvin? What's that look like? Hey, that looks pretty cool. Let's print him at 50% scale. 60% scale. That makes him 33 millimeters tall. That's pretty small. Let's go 100. Let's hollow him out. That's a clean model. That's good. Okay. Now, let's put a drain hole in the top. 3 millimeters ought to do it. That's too big. Size 2 millimeters. That'll work. So one there and one there. And let's put a couple of holes on the bottom. Add hole, you one there. Add hole there. And let's go for support. Platform, obviously. I do not think any of this requires support, so we are going to get rid of it. We will need support for his belly. And that looks, this is not needed. And this is needed, but I want 2. Oh, it's a point. That's why it did that. Okay, so we will leave it as a point then. Feet look reasonably well supported. I want to add a couple of extra points. That looks good. All right, all of this back here is not needed. Goodbye. And you are not needed either. All right, I'm printing him really thin, so let's beef up the settings a little bit. Let's go an exposure time of 12, the bottom exposure of 25. And 4 bottoms. That is 0.4 millimeters. That should be okay. Slice. Oh, wait a minute. I do not need you. Where did you come from? Go away. Okay. Slice. Three hours, but I'm going to try to speed that up once we get going. There's some internal support. I'm going to leave it. Yeah, I'm going to leave the internal support. Oh, so it does save it as a Photon S format. That's nice. We are going to go to, I guess we'll put it on their disk. Yes. Anycubic resin settings. Let's do a search for that. Why are you trying to load a PDF file as a web page? It's not a web page. Just freaking Google search it. I mean, .pdf is clearly not a domain extension. Urgh. Okay, Anycubic green They actually don't have the settings I need, but we get close here. Normal exposure of 16 seconds. Wow, that's a long exposure. And bottom exposure of 70 seconds. Jesus. Okay, let's trust the data. So I'm going to go 75 since I'm going 0.1 instead of 0.08. And what did it say for the point-to-point? Now, is this something to do with the Anycubic resin or something to do with the printer? And a regular exposure time of 6. We got to make this smaller. This is going to take too long. I lost it again. Anycubic green, 16 seconds, which means I need about 18 seconds. Hello, Klondike. Okay, so we're going to have to redo this whole thing. Not solid, or not hollow, but solid, because it's too big. Maybe we'll do a regular Marvin, since it will be faster. Marvin Groot is, yeah, that's smaller. Okay. Let's just print it like that and see how long it takes. Even that's 2 hours. Jeez. Let's go 60% scale. Hour. That's a little more reasonable. That's a really slow print time. In Creality, I can do 4 or 5 second layer times. Now, is that the printer or is that the resin? Well, this has other resins. Eligo. No, it still has long burn time, so it's the printer. It's all the Eligo Clear is almost the same. So this printer just has a significantly weaker LED array, I guess. That's kind of annoying. Okay, because this print should take, if I use my Creality settings, this, well, still says an hour and 15 minutes. That's weird. Much shorter burn time. Yeah, 10 versus 7 versus 75 versus 18. That's wrong. That can't be right. I mean, that literally can't be right. I know for a fact that print should take about 30 minutes. Isn't that weird? Because on my Creality, I have 10-second bottom and 7-second layer. Yeah, this is Windows 7. While the Photon is 75-second bottom, 18-second layer. So at minimum, the Photon should take twice as long, 2.5 times as long. I will now. Oh, I'm sorry. The Creality was 05. So 12 by 8. Yeah, Creality 40 minutes. So about half the time. Well, that's weird. That's actually annoying. We'll do the Baby Marvin print. And can I adjust it live? Yes, I can adjust it live. 7518. Okay, we'll see what happens. Maybe the Anycubic will be able to print joints better, because I have not successfully gotten a movable joint to work on the Creality yet. I have not been able to get that to work yet. I'm not sure why. I know it can print ridiculously fine details. I mean, you can see that here. Okay, so it can print stupidly fine details. So I'm not sure why I can't get movable links to work yet. After quite a bit of tweaking, I could on the Eligo Mars. Yes, I do. If you click on my description down below, I have an Amazon UK store link. Hey, Tybots. So far, I'm impressed. I made all of this in the last week on the Creality printer, and I am very, very impressed with it. I even printed a Babylon 5 Shadow Crab. Yeah, that's awesome. And a working whistle. Here's the Tower of Pi cup, which came out really freaking nice. Identical. It's the same. About 6 inches by what? 6 inches tall by 4 by 3 or 4 by 2. The actual build volume is it the same for both? Yes. 68 by 121 by 150. Oh, check out my TWA Moonliner. It's one of my favorite models as a kid. I love this model. Every single detail. That came out so nice. And fast, too. I printed 2 of these in 11 hours. Yeah, that's the whole point of resin printers. The details are ridiculous. Let's see, what's a good one to show? Oh, here we go. I finally printed a quasi-spin network. On the rocket, I positioned it. Actually, you can see it. All the support is still on there on this one. So the whole thing is lifted up on supports. Okay. I used exactly 4 supports on the legs, which allows me to cut them off. Any more than 4, and it gets difficult to cut off, because the legs are crazy delicate. Here we go. Leg is free. There we go. Leg is free. Now here, there are 2 supports attached to the leg here to reinforce it, because it doesn't actually attach to the body until it gets all the way down to here. Then I have 1 support each for the thrust vector vanes, 1 support in between each thrust vector vane in order to make sure that this prints round, and then a single support going down the middle into the top of the nozzle cavity. And that's all I needed. So by doing that, I finally tweaked the supports on this model enough that I can print it without wrecking it. Because that's where the damage is. You'll wreck it removing the supports if you add too much supports. Then I come in here and I remove each vein support and each body support. Vein support, body support, vein support, body support, vein support, body support, vein support. That's removed. All right, did I get them all? Yep. This, no, wait a minute, one's still attached. Oh, that one right there. Oh, this one right here. There we go. Okay, and now I get the one in the center. There we go. And I come in here and pop this one right here in the middle. There we go. Now my TWA moonliner is free. And there you go. You can see the little thrust vector veins are in there. And all the feet are there. Except I had a problem here. I don't know what that is. I have to figure it out. But there you go. That's it. No, on Amazon it's $50 off, so it's $418. I'm not blown away by the very long print time. And why does that look tilted? Let's try cleaning up the Dilophosaurus while we're waiting. Alrighty. The supports do look pretty good. So just one by one. Any more light? Oh wow, they just pick right off. At this point, it just comes down to patience. Don't rush it. Just work the supports bit by bit. Because this is where you'll ruin it if you rush it. And you'll break one of the fine parts of the model. Okay. So now I can get rid of this part here. Get it out of my way. Did I get all these off? Yes, I did. Okay, I can tear those off. That's torn off. See, he's got really tiny front legs, arms, and if you are not careful, you will shred those. Because sometimes the supports are thicker than what it is you're cutting. Yeah, it's going. Just very long layer times. Okay. That's removed. Can't get it out of the way. Okay, that's out of the way. Get you right there. Where else to attach? Right there. Okay. You. Get rid of you. All right. Get rid of that. And I think I got a little bit right here. Where's it attached? Oh, there it is. Got it. There we go. Yeah, be careful because sometimes support is attached to the model on both ends. There we go. And get rid of you. You are detached. Where is it still attached? Not there. Oh, right there. Okay. Oop, dropped him. Happy New Year, Paul. See that at Kalbermansk? Okay. Cool. There we go. I got my little Dilophosaurus. And I shrunk him down real tiny. Let me give you a better view. How cool is that? Little cleanup. All these little nubs, I gotta cut them off. Isn't that cool? I could just nip them off. Yes, I have one coming. So it has been shipped. It's on the way to me. That's freaking cool. He's supposed to be feet down with his tail up in the air like that. So this is the Dilophosaurus. This is that dinosaur that spit the venom in the guy's face at the end of Jurassic Park. You know, the and sprayed him in the face. He might even come with a base. So cleaning up is pretty easy. You just find all your little nubs, and they just snip right off. Some might be a little harder to reach. Then you just take a file or a little X-Acto knife. But that is like super tiny. That is just cool. Wait, there he is. Yeah, I got to get some good quality nippers. I was going to buy some God Hands, but then somebody told me the Tamayas are pretty equal to God Hands at a third the price. So I'm going to order a pair of the Tamayas and see how they work. That is cool. Of course, if I print him a little bigger, he'll be easier to work on. Can you make a mobile home 3D file? What's that mean? So yes, Paul, I have the EC3 X1 coming in. I don't know. Let's see if there's anything on there. STL file of a modular home. I'm going to try to design my home in 3D so I can print a diorama of my property. I'd like to try to do that. In theory, you can do it. It's just a matter of finding the file or making the file. That is so cool. Let's clean up a Naomi. I could probably use photogrammetry from my drone. Just take a whole bunch of pictures from all sides. But, no, I just tested it to see. To see if it failed. Nope, it's printing. So it looks like I got the bed level right. Yeah, no kidding. There we go. She came out pretty darn clean. Let me give you a better view. If you have to level the bed every other print, something's wrong. You should not have to do that. I never re-level my beds, ever. But even the little stiletto heels came out. Look at that. That's incredible. Let's see how much detail is in the face. Hang on. It's hard to see details on such a tiny model. Like visually, it's hard to see. Come on, I know you can focus closer than this. Put something gray. You can't really see it because it's white, but her nose, eyes, and lips are actually resolvable. That's freaking cool. Yeah, gray is probably the best for that. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Here's all your detritus from all 3 models. All the debris. And here's one of the clear ones. Now, a lot of times you can just peel this stuff off. And sometimes that'll actually work. Not always, though. Oh, no, she's good. Thought I broke her. These are a little too strong to just pull off. There we go. And there is the clear one. Water washable is simply not as good as the alcohol washable, period. It does not fully clean off the print as effectively. As a matter of fact, some of the people who are putting out water washable have changed their description to not be water washable anymore because it doesn't fully clean off the print. This print is clean. I'm touching it. I have not even cured this yet with my curing light yet. Okay, and this print is dry. It's not sticky. It's not tacky. Okay. Isopropyl alcohol is hard to get in the UK. You can't just go to any, pharmacy and buy some? The other alternative is degreasers and an ultrasonic bath. This is not stereolithography with a laser. This is MSLA, so it's masking stereolithography. What it does is it literally, if I want to draw this, what I do is I turn off the LCD pixels. I make them black everywhere I do not want to print. So this entire first layer would be clear on the LCD, and everything around it would be black on the LCD. And then you shine a UV light through it. And everywhere the UV light passes through the LCD screen, it cures. So it's curing the entire layer all at once, like a photograph, like developing a photograph. It's exactly like developing a photograph. $12 a liter. Ouch, that's expensive. And the stuff is very consumable. You go through it quickly. What about degreasers like Mean Green or Mr. Clean and stuff like that? What's a gobo, Jan? My New Year is pretty good. Well, today's the first day, so ask me in 364 days. Yeah, $12 a liter is a lot of money. I wonder why it's so expensive. Mini Blaze. Is there what else? Mineral spirits? I don't know. He used Mean Green. Oh, yeah, he did use Simple Green as well. Yeah. So you just need to find a degreaser that works. You're going to want to get an ultrasonic bath. I already have one ordered. I have one on my Amazon page. It was $70 for one big enough for this print volume, and it's heated. It's a good one, not one of those jewelry ones, but it's a proper one. No, degreaser. This stuff. Jesse liked the Mean Green the best. Hang on a second, go bathroom. This is stuff I got. I get it at Walmart or Dollar General for $5 a gallon. I don't know. I don't know what white spirit is. Try it. Well, no, you'd have to have a resin printer to try it. Duh. I really don't know. Yeah, no kidding. They must be sleeping somewhere. So I now have her in 3 colors. I got a gray, a clear, and a white. And I have a second clear here. Will it blend? Oh yeah, this stuff will blend. Why? Why put the bag of alcohol in water? Yeah, but what is mineral spirit? I don't know what that means. What is that relative to isopropyl alcohol? You know, I get these. This is an expensive way to do it, but I get these. They are, 1 liter, 946 milliliters. So that's 1 liter for $3. And 32 ounces. So that's 4 of these for a gallon. So that's $12 a gallon at this rate. What I do is I soak it in the alcohol, and then I use the spray bottle. This is about the same price for only 10 ounces, but you just refill this from the big bottles. And then I spray the part down to take any residue off. Yeah, I have no idea if paint thinner will work. I don't know. That would be another test. So, can I get methylated mineral spirits? What is mineral spirit?
According to Wikipedia, mineral spirits are an inexpensive petroleum-based replacement for the vegetable-based turpentine. It is commonly used as a paint thinner for oil-based paint and cleaning brushes, and as an organic solvent in other applications.
Oh, they have odorless. So, does Amazon have it? Mineral spirits can cause clears to be cloudy. Well, if you're going to paint it, it doesn't matter. Apparently, white spirits turpentine didn't work for this user. Okay, so that's about the same price as here. Oh, wow, that's cheaper than here. Amazon UK, $6.50 for 5 liters. That's about half what I pay. I wonder if I can get IPA cheaper on Amazon. That's 99% it claims. 12, 16 ounces. So that is, double that is 32. That's 2. And then I need 8 of them to make a gallon. So that's more than I'm paying now. There's a 5-gallon pail for $100. That's $20 a gallon. That's expensive. I just want to select the word. Just let me select the word. That is $11 a gallon. That's $10 a gallon. There is 14 a gallon. There's 4 gallons for 92. Boy, this is expensive around here. Looks like you can get it cheaper than I can in the UK. Oh, it's 1 liter? So that's 32 ounces. 6 ounces, 1.5 gallons. So that's still $15 a gallon, $18 a gallon. Okay, let's check Walmart. Right now my daily printer is the Creality resin printer, the CR10 V2, and the Chiron. I have them all pretty busy. I just ordered 2 5-kilogram rolls of filament from Ziltech using Uncle Jesse's code, and I got it for right around $11 a kilogram. So I can start printing the gigantic 2-meter tall sorceress on the Chiron. It's going to take about 8 kilograms of filament. And then I'm also going to print the Zelda print. I'm going to do that one giant size too, about 750 millimeters tall. That one's cool though because I can do the dress on the Chiron and the bust on the V2, so I can do it in half the time. So I can have both printers going at the same time. What are you doing in there? See you later, Matt 1UK. Okay. This guy in Ireland says methylated spirits worked for him. Ouch. 10 pounds a liter for IPA in the UK. Jeez. I got a new litter box that's covered so that they can't splash all the litter out of the box because they love doing that. So he's in there going to town for whatever reason. It's like, okay. That's expensive. Yeah, start looking into things like this and find the equivalent of this in the UK. Let's see, what is this? Water glycol glycol ether solvent, detergents, and alkaline builders, and biodegradable cleaning agents. That doesn't tell you much. Come on, let me see it. Oh, it's definitely printing. So the bed is leveled and those settings did work. We are 50% through. Let's check it out. Wow, it says it is 5 liters for $16.90. Actually, here's 10 liters for 30 pounds. And your best deal, here's 20 liters for 55 pounds. England and Wales plus certain Scottish postcodes. That looks legit. We are printing a Marvin Groot. So there's your UK. That's your best price. That's free shipping. 55 pounds for 20 liters. That brings your cost down to $2 and £2.75 for a liter. I don't know if that is a oh, wait a minute. No sellers are currently delivering this to the United States, because this is the UK, of course. And then you can get single ones for $16.90 for 5 liters. So you can get IPA cheaper than I can. Actually, here we go. 20 liters, 75. That's too much. 25 liters, 87. That's too much. The 20 liters, 54 is a better deal. So if you want to buy just one, you get this one. What do you mean it's half price? It says here just $54.99. Actually, there's 10 liters for 27. That's not bad. Actually, if you want to use, I don't know how effective 70% IPA is. I have not tried it, but if 70% IPA works, this is only 27 pounds for 20 liters. Ah, Andrew's here. How you doing, baby? He's such a good cat. You just gotta stay away from my keys, buddy. Yeah. Can't have my keys. So I don't know if 70%. Oh, never mind. That is with 10-pound shipping, so that's 37 pounds. That's still cheaper. That's still 14, 17 pounds cheaper than the other one. But I don't know what the difference is between 70% and 99% as far as cleaning parts. Meaning 70% might not work? I don't know. But man, that sucks that you can get it cheaper than I can. Although, wait a minute. That's not cheaper. No, it's about the same price. Okay. Well, what is 54 pounds for... That is $71. And that's 5.28 gallons. That's $13.44 a gallon. So about the same price as here. It's about $12 a gallon here. So you're going to be paying $13 a gallon. So alcohol is about the same price in UK as it is here. If you buy a large quantity. I can buy a gallon for $12. You can't. You'd have to buy 5 gallons to get that price. Yeah, everything I've seen says 91% or better. 91% is what I use. I can get 50%, so I can try that. The problem is there's no real price difference for me between the 50% and the 91%, so I might as well get the 91%. However, 37 pounds for 70% is a lot cheaper than I can get it here, if 70% works. I don't know. You might have to just do it longer. Maybe I'll get some 70% and I'll try it. No, that is UK, England, Scotland, not Netherlands. There we go. 4 Naomi's. I gotta make sure to clean up all my debris because I don't want to take the chance of the cat eating it. Yeah, they're arguing. Yep, I finally moved. I am in New Mexico. That happened 3 months ago, August. Hello, Canal. Happy New Year, critters. And how are you doing? See you later, David. Yeah, they do it all the time. They fight for the spot on the chair. You got your spot back, maybe? Huh? Probably because he lived with your bird. Yeah, this one is super interested in the birds in the trees. Yeah, I got to keep that harness on him because he'll climb right up into that tree. I don't know. I guess we're going to find out. Hey, Robert. So they were mean parakeets, huh? Oh, that's evil. Yeah, birds are a lot smarter than people give them credit for. Let's see what Walmart has for isopropyl alcohol. Because there's got to be a way for me to get it cheaper. I mean, if you can get it that cheap through Amazon. Well, that is cheaper, $2.50. So that's $10 a gallon. That's a little bit cheaper. It is in stock. So I guess I'll grab 8 of them. Let's just grab 4. That's cheaper than Walgreens, that's for sure. Although Walgreens is buy one, get one half off. So is it cheaper? What do you mean you didn't find it? I guess it's not on their website. I'm pretty sure it was $347. Yes. You got kicked off of where for mentioning? Plus had testers airbrush kits for $23. Where? You have a link? I have an airbrush kit, and what I do is I you know the little tub that you put paint in, and when the air goes past, it grabs the paint. Well, I fill that with IPA, and it's very good for spraying off all the resin residue on the model without wasting a whole bunch of IPA. Hey, Pygar, where's this tester's airbrush kit for $23? Let me do a search for that. So I'm guessing you still need the compressor. It says everything you need. Or does it use canned air? SciPlus.com. Go away. Oh, wow, it comes with a compressor. Is that shipped, though? How much is shipping? Oh, wow, that's cheap. I'll try one for $23. $7.50 shipping, so it's $31. Now, is there a minimum order to get free shipping? You posted the link here and got kicked? Who kicked you? I sure didn't kick you. And there's nothing wrong with this link. For anybody else interested, I didn't get kicked for posting it. Well, I would hope not on the channel owner. The only change I've made to my Chiron is to put a 1.2 millimeter nozzle on it. That's it. Otherwise, it's been cranking away. Oh shit, dude, that's the same day my dad passed. December 23rd, 2016. That sucks. Really? I've seen YouTube auto flag a post. Like there are some links YouTube just won't let you post. Like normally, like your message for whatever reason was flagged. Okay, So your message did not get posted, and a little pop-up on my window here said show or hide. Okay, I click show because there's nothing wrong with your message. I have no idea why it flagged it. But I also know that sometimes you post a link, it just won't do it. Oh, that's weird. Wow. Oh, it was your friend, someone who was being a jerk, so they were doing something to cause it. Still, I'd like to have a say in that. I don't want YouTube summarily banning my viewers without me having a say. I mean, that would piss me off a little bit. I'll decide if my viewers should be banned or not. Oh, so did he said stuff that was potentially illegal? No, because if you're doing something illegal, I can see that. One tweak I am going to make to my Chiron, by the way, is I got my Wham Bam in for my Chiron. Yeah, it's getting Wham Bam. Assuming the aluminum plate is flat. Although with a 1.2 millimeter nozzle, it's okay if it's a little warped. Wham Bam has flexible steel plates. I'll show you. That's clean. These might be dirty. I don't want to grab them barehanded. Those might have resin on them, so I don't want to touch them with my bare hands. So this is Wham Bam. It's a flexible steel plate with either PEI or PC. I use PC so I could turn off the heat bed. Print surface and a magnetic print surface on the printer itself. So the steel plate attaches to the magnet, and that's your print bed. When your print is done, you pop this off and you give it a flex, and that's how you get your prints off. Really, really nice. I don't want to use a printer without this. So I tend to try to put it on every printer I have. The convenience factor is just, it's unlimited. It adds so much convenience. I lost the lid. I got to find a lid. There's only a tiny bit of resin in there, but I got to find the lid. I think I heard something drop last night, and I didn't know what it was. Now that I can't find the lid, I suspect it was the lid. So where would that have gone? I gotta hunt for it. I gotta clean this out and hunt for it. Well, the problem with glass is you can't turn off the heat. I love printing on glass. I love that glossy finish. I love that clean, no muss, no fuss surface. The problem is you can't turn off the heat. And when you have 3 or 4 printers running 200-hour prints, that's a lot of electricity. Yeah, I know. It's in here, so they can't get to it. They can't get to what's in here. But yeah, so far they don't want no interest in this. They don't like the smell of it. But I don't want to take the chance because they're this big, so even a single lick might be toxic to them. So I actually have a box. I have actually my Mavic Mini box. So if I have stuff on here and I need to leave, go somewhere, go to bed, whatever, I lift this up and I slide the entire box over this and encase all of this so the cats can't get to it. This stuff needs to go into its own sequestered space. so that I can make sure the cats have no access whatsoever. Huh. That's crazy, man. Yeah, I have no idea why. I mean, Sci Plus is a site as old as time. It's one of the original websites. I have no idea why they would block you for posting a Sci Plus site. That doesn't make any sense. It's too bad that's $7.50 shipping. Do they have like a minimum order that gets you free shipping, or? Come on. Keep hitting the wrong keys. I don't see any free shipping options. I wonder if it's on Amazon. Wow. They're pretty expensive on other sites. $90, $70, $60. What's the cheapest airbrushing compressor kit you can get? $50 for this little one right here. That's probably the equivalent of the tester's kit. So yeah, even with shipping, that's a good deal. That's a really good deal. Damn. It might be worth snagging one just to see how good it is. This kit here is $40. And it looks like the similar kind of plastic encased compressor that the tester's kit has. Yeah, $40. So even with the shipping, that's a good deal. Damn, that's a good deal. What does Walmart have? $38 for that same little plastic compressor kit. So about the same price, $40. So yeah, that's a good deal. Let me save that PDF file for Anycubic. Well, that's the one thing that I was worried about. Is that the nice thing about the compressor kit? I paid like $120 for it, $130. The nice thing is it's quiet, very, very quiet, and I like quiet. So the big question is, this tester's kit, how noisy is it? I don't know. But for just spraying IPA to clean off your prints, if the noisy is okay, $30 is a damn good deal. The Prusa Mini is interesting, but it's $400. And I just can't, in good conscience, spend $400 on a Prusa Mini when I could buy another Chiron for the same price. I just can't. I would love to have one. I have no doubt it's a good printer. It's just too expensive. Almost 3. Yeah, you could buy 2.5 Ender 3. You could buy 2 Ender 3s and a bunch of filament. CO2 is also expensive. One of the reasons I got the compressor was that I could stop buying these things because these are expensive. The compressor just uses a tiny bit of electricity. Yeah, I got one of the Amazon airbrush kits. I got a nicer gun for it and stuff like that. And it's super quiet. It just goes, and that's actually probably louder than what it actually is. Would you or can you do a video on upgrading your Ender 3? I already have it. I have multiple videos on building and upgrading the Ender 3. So if you go to my channel and do a search for Ender 3, you'll find a whole set of videos. You can replace all the fans on the CR10 except for the parts cooling fan. That one you can't use a quiet fan for that. Be careful with Noctua fans. Apparently their CFM is a little too low for the hot end, so you want to be careful. Noise blockers seem to have enough CFM that they don't cause a problem. No problem, WebTech. Yeah, don't upgrade your printer. When you buy a 3D printer, don't upgrade it. Just use it. Just enjoy the printer. Get it working. Make sure it works okay. Make sure you know how to use it. Make sure you know how to slice. Because the problem with doing a bunch of upgrades is you're going to fuck it up, and then you're going to have no idea what caused the fuck up. Was the original printer bad? Was your upgrades bad? Was your slicing bad? Did you just build it wrong? You won't know because you did a whole bunch of upgrades before you got to use it. All right, so just use it and then worry about upgrades where you need it. Okay? I don't... Toy Cult Walker. 1847 Walker. What's that? Fully functional 1847 Colt Walker. Well, it's obviously not fully functional. I doubt it fires bullets. That's pretty cool, though. Very cool. Very cool. I might have to do that. How cool is that? Oh, yeah. I'm going to have to print that. Nice. Let me know how you like it. Maybe I'll supersize one. Make it like this big. Just for shiggles. Food filament? Yeah, you can print chocolate. Link to the 1847? Sure. Really? This has been on there since February. So, would the 1847 Colt be considered a firearm by U.S. law, or would that be considered a black powder gun? Hey, we're done. All right. Now, this is the point where you put on some gloves. So, it's not considered a firearm, meaning you can build one. Well, you can build a regular gun, too. Yeah, I don't like how crowded this is. I would like a fully removable top. Don't forget to let it drip. Why not latex? Does latex react with the resin? I'm pretty sure these are nitrile. Yeah, these are nitrile. But why latex? What's wrong with latex? You mean resin goes through the latex? Okay. Yeah, the print looks nice. One thing I like to do is to run the resin down, because all this resin is perfect. Ooh, that popped right off. I think I'm lucky that stayed on. That came right off. So it looks like I need a little more burn time. I don't even have to pop it out. That looks pretty good. I'll give them credit. That looks good. Dry. Check your vat. Make sure there's nothing stuck to the bottom. Nice. Esun 3D Pro. Never heard of it. What I do is I just set that up there for the next print. Yeah, that cleaned up nicely, and it's already dry. Wow. That crystal green is nice. Hell yeah! I specifically searched for orange gloves. Not bad. That's clean. Bottom layer is a little weird. I needed something fast I could print within the time span of the stream. Yeah, that's not bad. This is at 0.1. This is not even at 0.5. This is 0.1. Very cool. And cleaned up really well, too. I didn't even have to soak it. This is already dry. It's not tacky. So it looks like I might need a little bit more first layer burn. Like maybe go to 80 seconds for the bottom layers. No, it's not. I'm not exactly sure what that is. It's a little weird. Well, it's dry, so it's not going to transfer any resin to my hands. You know, if it was tacky, I wouldn't be messing with it. Very cool. I'm happy with that. I got to figure out that thing. I might need to, no, I was further along than that. I was already up to the bottom of the belly. So that looks about like 0.4 millimeters. So that looks like my first 4 layers, which is weird. Which is why I think maybe, I don't know. I'll have to ask some Anycubic guys what that is. I mean, it's definitely not bad, but I am curious what that is. I suspect how easily it came off the print bed is indicative. Now I'm curious, can I print a FlexiRex? And that's something we could do in an hour. It's solid, so there's no trapped resin. There might be an air bubble. I didn't bother trying to hollow out something so tiny. Okay. Time to do a micro FlexiRex. No drain holes in this. It's too tiny. The bigger one I was going to do, I had drain holes. But when I saw it was going to take 4 hours, I was like, no. So let's try to do a FlexiRex. Let's go 80 seconds on the first layers. And let's see if that gives me better adhesion. And I'm going to try lowering the exposure time to 17 and see if that gets me a little bit better. I'll just keep dipping down the exposure time until it stops working, and then I'll know I went too low. Okay, let's get FlexiRex in here. FlexiRex! And let's scale him down to 50%. Yeah, I think 50% should work. Okay. That looks good. Let's see what the layers look like. Why'd you shift? I didn't ask you to shift. Okay. The links look clear. They don't look like they're touching. So we shall see. Okay. And that, only 30 minutes. Okay. And it's going to take 8 cents of resin. Wrong drive. There's the drive. Okay. Let's see if we get a working FlexiRex. Okay, enter. FlexiRex. Print it. Make me a FlexiRex. What, the time calculation? I'd prefer not to, so I'd prefer to figure out why I'm getting... Well, actually, that's the weird thing. It's not quite a normal elephant's foot. I know exactly what you mean by elephant's foot. That's where you try to print something shaped like this, for example. And instead, you get something shaped like this. Because you got a big elephant's foot on the bottom. But this was a little different. What I should have gotten was this. What I actually got was this. So the first few layers were actually too small. And then I got a little wing about 4 layers up, and then it printed normally. I've never seen that before. That's weird. That's like the an inverted elephant's foot. So I'm not sure if I got just a wrong beginning burn time doing a 0.1 millimeter layer. I don't know. It's not in the slice. Slice looks good. So I don't know. We'll find out eventually. But that impresses me. That looks really nice. I have no complaints about that. That defect is so tiny you could barely see it. It might even be detritus. Technically, the center of a Marvin, his little belly, you know, where his little nutsack usually hangs, technically that needs a little support. Okay? Sometimes it will actually try to print that in midair. So you need a little bit of support right there. So it's possible it tried to do that, and that resin fell and attached there around the feet. I don't know. I don't know how that works. Yeah, like the fungus on here. So usually when I see something like that, it's because either the model got bent out of the way, like it was bending, like being pushed against the bed too hard. No, it's not there in the slice. Or it's resin from another model that failed somewhere on the print bed and it attached here. I don't know for sure. That's a weird one. If you want a little warmer, you want down in Albuquerque, about a half an hour away. It's a little bit warmer. Up here, it's a little bit cooler in the wintertime. But the advantage is we get milder summers. So it'll hit 93 degrees here, but that's about the hottest it'll get. A bubble could do that too. Yeah. No, what I mean is not so much fall as okay, you have the model and you have the print bed. And it tries to print something here where there's no model. But it's close enough it got attached to the model when the light turned on. It can't fall anywhere because the print bed's there to stop it from going anywhere, and the FEP is here to stop it from going anywhere. So it's stuck in that layer. It can't fall down, it can't fall up, you know, because it's stuck right there in that space. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. Me getting up or something like that. Although this one's been pretty resilient. I've bumped into it and it didn't care. But maybe this one is less resilient because of the longer burn time. Virginia is a pretty cheap place to live, though. And it's beautiful. Although Abington... No, I'm thinking Arlington. Interesting. I'll have to reprint the same file and see if it does it again. Although at that point in the print, the only things still printing would be the 2 rockets and the 2 pens. Nothing else would be printing. So, I don't know. Yeah, Photon S. 30 minutes. This one will take 30 minutes. I shrunk them down to 50% size. Well, it's probably less cold here than there. You'll probably hit similar temperatures. Like last night, it was 17 degrees here, so it's not warm. But during the daytime, it's 30 or 40. And if the sun's out, you don't even need the heat in the car because just the sun coming through the windows is enough to heat you up. Probably. If they're attachable and you can duplicate that mechanism, you're going to want to use tough resin, though. I don't know what's for dinner tonight. I'm thinking about making spaghetti with white clam sauce, since I got a couple jars of white clam sauce. So I was thinking about making that, cook up some chicken to add to it. Yeah, it's possible. Like I said, we're in New Mexico, but I'm at 6,800 feet. Okay, so I'm high elevation. So we do get legit winter here. Now, down in Albuquerque, it doesn't get quite as cold. This printer here, this is a current printer. Or are you talking about the one that you got? The 3D Pro thing you were talking about? The Instone, okay. Me? No. I have no need for a pool. Although I'm thinking about actually installing a pond. Like a very, very large but shallow, like 2-foot deep pond. That I would fill and then empty back into a tank. Because if you leave the water out, it's just going to evaporate here. Yeah, I like the Yum Yums too. I got a $10 off coupon for joining Costco. I also got a year's worth of paper towels for free and a year's worth of laundry detergent for free. I was like, yeah, I'll take that. Coupons from Groupon for signing up. So you got a coupon for a free pack of paper towels, and you got a coupon for a free pack of Pods detergent, and then they say we do, but so far I have not found any. So I'm hoping mosquitoes are a pretty rare thing here. I think because the wind, it's pretty windy here. It's almost always windy to some level. So I think the winds keep them away, because from August to now I've had no mosquitoes. But I have not lived here a full year yet, so I don't know. But I'd like to have a a 2-foot deep large pod out the back, just so I could play with RC boats, 3D printing RC boats. Well, I would empty it when I'm done. I would have a pump. I would have a tank, like a 700-gallon tank, and pump that into the pond, do my little RC stuff, and then pump it back out into the tank. This way I don't lose all the water to evaporation. But that's a future project. Not yet, no. Not yet. I just haven't had the time, space, or wherewithal for involved projects yet. I'm just starting to do slightly more advanced projects now. Like, for example, I just finished gluing together the 3 bottom pieces of Captain Planet, and then filling him with expanding foam so it'll be a little more strong. Printing RC, yeah, that makes sense. RC parts can be expensive, and customizable parts can be even more expensive, so 3D printing is ideal for that. Especially if tough resins come down in price, the resin printers will be very nice for RC cars. Imagine doing your own custom wheels. Right now, they'd be pretty brittle if you did them using this resin, but if you used the tough resins they have, it wouldn't be so brittle. That requires something called OBS, which I haven't gotten into yet right now, because right now I'm actually using a cell phone. This is a Motorola Z2 Flash. It's actually a cell phone, and I run the YouTube app on the cell phone. The nice thing is that allows me to do this. I can unscrew the cell phone and move it around and show you stuff like this. Yeah, like the Stickeryeti resin. So to show you what I'm talking about, I can actually give you a little inception kind of view. So if I do this, you can see I do my YouTube literally with a cell phone. So this is the cell phone that I use to do my, well, you can't do that. I use this phone here to do my YouTube videos. It has the advantage of being instantaneous and extremely convenient. And that's a pretty big deal. Eventually, OBS would allow me to have multiple cameras, like T3DP does and stuff like that. And then I could do overlays of chat and stuff like that. Well, not exactly free. I would need a computer. I would need cameras. I would need networking. I would need cabling. I would need hardware. You're talking about, to do a basic, 2-camera setup, you're probably talking $500 of hardware, probably $1,000 to do it right. Yeah, these newer phones can do some pretty OBS is free, but OBS is nothing. OBS is just the software. You need a computer to run it on, networking to connect everything together, and cameras to pipe into it. Okay, all of that's not free. Now, if I'm going to do that, I might as well, do it right, proper equipment, which means it'll take time. I would want, I'd build an arc here, so I'd have a camera that I could slide along the arc to give different angles and stuff like that. I'd like to have a wireless pop-off camera so I can give you guys the views like I do here. Next Wednesday's stream will actually not be a printer, not building a printer. Next week's stream is going to be hot boxes. I got to dig up some ABS. I just realized that. I don't know where my ABS is in the bus. But I finally got the Wham Bam hotbox and the Creality hotbox, the enclosures, to allow us to do ABS printing. So that's going to be awesome. I tried running, they have a OBS type of software for the phone. It's too slow. Even the best hardware I have can't handle it. Yeah, anybody pisses me off, they go in the hot box. Yeah. I just wish the Wham Bam one was a little bit bigger so I could put the Ender 5 in it. Yeah, OBS needs a decent amount of hardware. No, I have not. Yes, Order, the people who make the Order 4, they actually sent me a laser. We could do that next week if you want. But I figured you guys would be more interested in the hot boxes. Yes, slow roasted politicians. SRP, baby. ETP SRP. That's the slogan. I like it. I'm stealing that. It's mine now. Exactly. And that's the holdback, is the hardware. Can you shoot the moon with a laser? No. You and I probably can't afford a laser, and not so much afford the laser, but afford the optics to keep the beam from attenuating before it leaves the atmosphere. So while you might be able to get a laser powerful enough to theoretically reach the moon, reaching the moon is not the problem. Attenuation is the problem. You have two problems. You have divergence. Your beam is going to get larger as it moves out. No matter how much you collimate the beam, it's going to get larger. So you need to be able to focus it in order to be able to hit the moon without your beam spreading out so far that it hits half the moon, so you're never going to see it. The other problem is attenuation, meaning losing energy as you pass through the atmosphere. Well, that's why I like the Creality printer. I wonder if this one does the same thing. This one might. That's slightly... I'm going to have to put thermometers in these, because there's two filter boxes here. So this one might be running air from down below into the chamber as well. Creality does that. I don't know if they did that intentionally. I think they did. But they have a fan drawing the hot air from the bottom of the printer into the chamber. So that chamber actually gets warm. So I call it passively heated. Anytime soon? No, because that requires me to have 2.85 millimeter filament, to have the money to buy the hardware and whatnot. And I still haven't figured out exactly what hardware I need to buy. So it probably won't be soon, but I don't know. It also depends on, can I get large rolls of 2.85 cheap? So that's another interesting consideration. Is there any nylon available at 2.85? Like string trimmer string? That would be interesting. That would be worth doing. Probably. I mean, I have a UV flashlight that'll burn your skin, and my laser will burn you. I like getting people's ankles with it. Well, Lowe's has it, but how big is it? So that would, is it 2.85? Is it 3, 3.5, 2.5? It's something it's like a back burner project, something I want to do, but it's a low priority kind of thing. Is it round or is it shaped? Like sometimes they're square or heptagonal or star shaped, and it took me a while to find one that was actually round. Well, that's good. So Lowe's has that. Let's see how much that is. Lowe's.com. 3mm string. So that is 0.11 inches. I see 08. I see 065. Why would you remove? Oh, okay. That didn't work. Okay. So here is 0.11 pre-cut trimmer line, but all they have is little tiny pieces of pre-cut. Trimmer line, spooled, 065. Oh, here's 105. It's only 200 feet though. That's a lot of money. .095, 0.0952 millimeter. That's 2.4 millimeter. So you really need 0.1. Wow, 0.155. That's some thick stuff. So it looks like they have 105 and 115. So it looks like 105 is what you want. That is 2.667 millimeters. That's pretty close. I'll have to look into that. I don't know. I have a 3-pound spool of it to play with. I just haven't had a chance to play with it. Yeah, these things do pretty good for audio. I was impressed with how good they do for audio for using the built-in mics. I don't think so. It wouldn't be able to grip the filament. It's too small. Just remember, nylon's a pain in the ass to print with. And you need to get a Garolite plate for your printer, because that's what you're going to want to print on. Yes, that's a replica. It's not a real gun, so I shouldn't have a problem, including that in a video. Yeah, nylon you want to print pretty hot. 240 to 280 or something like that. Yeah, but I can get a 5-kilogram roll of PLA or ABS or PETG from Ziltech for less than 70. See, it doesn't make sense for me to buy a 5-kilogram roll if I'm paying more than I pay for the 1-kilogram rolls. which means I really need it for around $12 a kilogram or less. Last night, I bought 10 kilograms of filament plus their nice metal spool holder for 12 bucks for $129 with Uncle Jesse's code. So if we take 129 and we subtract 10 for the spool holder, that's 119. That's $11.90 a kilogram. That's good. I got the ceramic white. I figured that'd be the easiest to paint. That's awesome, dude. Having a community help you out is nice. Heck, if it wasn't everybody who pitched in toward my GoFundMe for the bus, I don't know how I would have done that. I mean, technically, I have enough credit cards to pay for the whole trip, but paying those cards off would be difficult. That's awesome, dude. I still got to send you that printer. I got to dig it out of the containers. That's good. Okay. I think we only have 8 minutes to go. Yeah, 73%. Nice. Well, the problem is it's fucking cold. And the only way to get into the containers is to move the bus, because I have the bus blocking the door so people can't get in there and steal shit. I have to move the bus out of the way, take off 4 locks, open up the 2 doors, go inside, find it, and then relock everything up and put the bus back in place, and all of this while freezing my ass off. I haven't had a chance to put the door in yet. I got the door. I got a 42-inch door to put in the container, which means I could just open the door and walk inside. But I have to wait. I haven't got the angle grinder wheels yet. I got the grinder, but not the wheels. I have to cut a hole in the side of the container, put some 4x4 posts in, and then install the door. Yeah, well, this month I'm going to have about a $400 US electric bill, which is about, what, 320 euros? Plus, I'm spending $400 a month on kerosene. So I'm spending $600 US a month to heat this house. I make about $1,000 a month. Yeah! That's interesting. I got the pellet stove, but I don't have the installation kit for it yet, and it's not in stock at the store. So I'm waiting for them to ship it for it to arrive so I can actually install the pellet stove. I already bought the pellets, waiting for them to tell me to come pick them up. It's probably going to take me like 3 or 4 trips with the electric car and the trailer to get it. Yeah, it's insane. Heating, when you don't have a central affordable heat source, I can't get natural gas, which really, really blows. You know, I could have bought a house that was $10,000 cheaper than this house and only a couple miles away, and I would still be able to get my gigabit internet. And, oh, that's annoying. That's really annoying. Although this is a nicer location. It's because the kerosene is $6 a gallon. One of you guys sent me a $200 gift card, and my Uncle Bob from home sent me $200 in a cash in a card. That paid for a month of kerosene, so I was thrilled because I've already spent like $1,000 in kerosene. $185 on Amazon credit. You could buy an Ender 3 for that. You're very close to that. So you might want to buy an Ender 3 if you don't already have a printer. Because an Ender 3 is going to be far, 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 far superior to this printer I have. Well, propane's also pretty expensive here. The problem is I need a propane tank, and I'm still on the waiting list because, of course, I waited until December to call them because the gas company waited until December to tell me they can't give me gas. So I went with pellets because it's a lot cheaper. This will use 40 pounds of pellets a day, which means 1 ton of pellets will give me 50 days. So 2 tons will give me 100 days. And I don't quite need 100 days. I need about 70 days, 80 days maybe. So 1.5 tons is about what I need to get through a winter. And I can get it for $250 a ton. So for $375, maybe $400, I could heat this house the entire winter. I just got to get the installation kit to install it. What's 100 lbERS? I don't need a 100-pounder. I need a couple of 100-gallon tanks. That's like 500 pounders. You know, put it this way: a 250-gallon tank is like $1,200. I don't have that. Plus, I would need somebody who knows what they're doing to hook it up, because the last thing I want to do is hook it up myself and blow up my entire house. Temperature outside right now is 40 degrees. Can't be that warm. Let's see. I think that thermometer is not accurate. I think the heat leaking through the window is affecting it. Govey home. Waiting for them to update. There we go. So it is almost 40, 37.6 degrees outside. Yeah, assuming I'm not in it. 300 pounders probably won't be enough out here. Remember, thinner air, no humidity, so there's no heat sink in the atmosphere to keep the things warm. Exactly. They have to come out, they have to inspect, they have to pressure test. That's why I need a company to do it. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm not thrilled by the very long burn times that are required for the photon. 80-second first layer and 17-second layer by layer. That's a long freaking time. But the print results are nice. I'll admit that. That's a nice print. Does it tilt? It doesn't tilt, does it? No, it just straight lifts. Okay. Why does it do a double? What is it doing? Oh, it's done. It's done. 30 Fahrenheit. That would be a negative temperature in Celsius, like -4 or something like that. $55 gallons a month. Holy crap. Well, let's see. He said it was 30 degrees Fahrenheit where he's at. 3D printing nerd, German 3D printing nerd. So 30F to Celsius, 30F to C is -1 degree Celsius. Yeah, but right now is about the only time it's bearable to live in Florida. Yeah, I shrank it down to 50% scale, so it was very short. Build time, or print time for a MSLA printer is strictly determined by how tall your print is. So the reason these 13 prints took 11 hours is because this is 144 millimeters tall, period. If I print one of them, it takes 11 hours. If I print 20 of them, it takes 11 hours. So by making it short, like something like this, that prints like that, would print in 20 minutes. And again, one of them, 20 minutes. 10 of them, 20 minutes. Because it's printing the entire layer all at the same time. Like her, if I print her this way, you're talking a 4-hour print. But if I print her this way, it's a 46-minute print. He's there. Let's drain off all the resin. Well, printing at an angle does two things. It allows you to lift flat surfaces off the bed and not have them warp, okay? And it also allows you to print larger, since you can print larger at a diagonal than you can straight up. So I can print her 150 millimeters tall standing up, but I could probably print her 170 millimeters tall standing at an angle. Yes, then you need more contact patch. What's that, Bill? That little Marvin doesn't have a mass contact patch area. It shouldn't. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep lowering the per layer burn time 1 second until it fails, and then I'll go back up if it does it again. There we go. Save all that resin. Now let's see if this pops off as easily. Nope, that's on there a little stronger. There we go. Oh, those bottom layers look fused. That is not going to flex. Oh, maybe not. It doesn't look great now. This side looks fantastic. Oh no, maybe it's just resin in there. Nope, it's fused. This is a Wham Bam Slap Mat. It's a deep silicone mat for resin printing, or anything you want really, but it's great for resin printers because its shape allows you to sit the resin printer on the back half, and you have the front half to work with and keep from getting resin all over everything. Yes, I got the Excel chart, the PDF with all the different times. That's how I picked the times to start with. All right, that is completely fused. Ah! Little boogers are slippery. Okay. So that burn time is way too high. Because that is absolutely fused. Yes, very tricky. I was able to get it on the Elegomars. But because it didn't have an array LED, if your part was too big, it would be fused on the outside and not in the middle. What's MDF? Or do you mean FDM? Well, let's try it again. But we're going to do 2 bottom layers. We're going to do them at 85 seconds. No, we're going to stick with 65. And we're going to make our regular burn time 12 seconds. $65, 12, 2. Let's see what that does. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure he meant FDM printing. I don't have a particular preference either way. I love them both. They each have a valid purpose for whatever you want to do. In the past, I had zero interest in resin simply because it was too expensive. Not so much the printers were expensive, but that the resin itself was too expensive. But now that resin is affordable, oh yeah. Happy New Year, Copper. Yeah, that's totally seized up. Yeah, but a resin printer or a FDM printer, you ain't doing that. Yeah, you can print the deer with FDM, but you can't print those antlers with FDM. That will never come out. Okay. You want to print a ring, you want to use resin. You want to print something like this, you want to use resin. You want to print something like this, you use resin. If you want to print something like this big, you use FDM. Again, this big, resin. If you're going to print it this big, you use FDM. Basically, once you go small enough or detailed enough to where the plastic in the nozzle starts becoming a problem, that's when you start to think about, should I be switching to resin printing? I've done it. I have a couple of butterflies, flexi butterflies, tiny scale, they're this big, and they work, they flex. It took like 15 different prints to tune it to the point to get that point. What I eventually ended up having to do is quite interesting. See, the problem I would have is that I would print the butterfly. I would print the butterfly, and I would get this part tuned properly, and this part would be not burned enough. And if I increased the burn time, this part would be good, and this part would be fused. What I ended up having to do was to put the butterfly like that on the print bed with the light in the middle so that I got a more even distribution of light all around the butterfly, instead of some parts of it being fused and some parts of it being undercooked. Yes, but a 0.215 or a 0.2 millimeter nozzle are also a pain in the ass, and they take forever. Like I did the Fantasy Castle on the 0.2 nozzle. It took 176 hours. It looks amazing, but it took 176 hours. I do that with this, and it's 15 hours. Yeah, we'll probably be going for through this print at least. In theory, you should be able to do that with resin as well. It'd just be a little trickier. I'm printing another Flexi-Rex with a shorter burn time to see if we can free up those links. We only got to wait 21 minutes. I want to make a 50% scale working Flexi-Rex. Resin is probably the future of 3D printing, simply because resin can be an appliance. Okay, FDM printing is never going to be an appliance. It's always going to be DIY to some extent. There's going to be some involvement from the user at some point, at some way. A turnkey FDM printer is going to be very, very hard to do. A turnkey, that printer right there, okay, they obviously had already leveled it at the factory, okay. I put the build plate on, I poured resin into the vat, I closed the lid, and I hit go, and it just worked. I didn't have to tune anything, I didn't have to do anything, I didn't have to futz with anything, I just hit go. Now, the consequence is you're dealing with a toxic resin, okay? So you have to manage your PPE, and you have to manage contact with it. You also have to manage cleanup of the parts. Unlike an FDM printer where I go pop off the print bed and it's done. Here you go. It's finished. Okay. When I finished this, I had to carefully pop it off and not destroy it. I then had to clean it in alcohol multiple times and rinse it, dry it, and cure it before I could do anything with it. So you have that aspect of it. But I was able to put this in the software, slice the file, and simply press go, and it just worked. I don't have to tune anything. I don't have to putz with anything. So resin is probably the future of 3D printing as far as making it an appliance in a household. What we need is, first of all, non-toxic resins. Second, we need tougher resins, cheaper. And third, we need a larger build volume at a much lower price. We basically need an Ender 3 build volume at like $500. If they can do that, you're going to see resin really take off. Plant resin doesn't mean shit. The photopolymer is what's toxic. Even though the resin portion of it is non-toxic and plant-based, by the way, there are poisonous plants that can kill you. Okay, so plant-based doesn't mean non-toxic. It just means plant-based. PLA is non-toxic. There's nothing toxic about PLA. That's a couple hundred years away. PLA is not toxic. It's literally cornstarch. You could eat it. You could eat this and it's not going to hurt you. The only thing that might be toxic in PLA is whatever they add to it for color. You know, that might be toxic. That there's a possibility that whatever colorants they add could be toxic. Also, PLA Plus is a polymer. It's a mixture of PLA and other stuff. That other stuff could be toxic. But PLA itself, virgin PLA, is non-toxic. I watch Uncle Jesse. I'll check it out. Well, if you got to chew it up, dum-dum. You gotta chew it up first. You don't want to just eat something sharp. Can I print? What? My body? No, I don't have enough plastic for that. I'm a big critter. I got a 64-inch waist. That's a lot of PLA. I can print Simon. I guess I could print myself that big if I found somebody to scan me. Although they are finding the VOCs from resin might not be an issue. There might not be any harmful VOCs coming off resin. They don't know. But I heard rumors that a study is showing that it might be a non-threat to VOCs. The resin isn't even directly toxic. It's not poisonous. I don't think there's anything poisonous in resin. What you have is what do you call it? I am. She already said okay. I'm going to print a full-scale Naomi Wu. After I do the Sorceress, finish the Captain Planet, and do the Sorceress, I'm going to next. Yeah, it's like a chemical burn. It's more than that though. It's like an irritation. It's like an irritant, and you can develop a sensitivity to it. Just like there's people who work with epoxies. And if they don't use PPE and protect themselves, they can develop a sensitivity to the epoxy, and they can get to the point where they can't be around it. Like they can't even be in the same room as the stuff because their body will react to it. It's kind of like an allergy. So that's what happens with the resins, because it's some pretty nasty stuff. The resin itself isn't super nasty. I think it's the photopolymer, the part that actually responds to the light to polymerize and change from a liquid to a solid. I think that's the part that's toxic. That's the part that's dangerous. Yeah, kind of like an allergic reaction. Oh yeah, because it's an exothermic reaction. It's gonna burn like hell. Yes, I think I have fixed the first layer problem, kind of. What I've been doing is I've been adding a Z offset. I think it's actually just pushing too hard into the glass. And so, of course, it takes a while before it lifts up high enough. It's almost like you're here at 0, but it's pushing to like -1. And so even though it's lifting to 0.1, it's still -0.9. And it lifts to 0.2, but it's still -0.8. You see what I mean? So until it actually gets back to 0 and starts to actually separate from the glass, you get that squished layer. So what I've been doing is adding a Z offset. So I made is right. I can't do that with the Photon, but with the Creality, I can access the G code that the printer uses, and so I've just been adding to that Z offset. I'm currently at Z 1.2, and it's pretty close. So I'm going to try Z 1.5 next. They're incredible. These are all the prints that I've done on it. Let me give you a close-up of some of them. So here's the Naomi's. I printed some pens in both clear and white. Here's the Dilophosaurus. Here's the Rocinante. I absolutely love my TWA Moonliners. I think they came out so freaking nice. I love this model. I also printed, some deer, some foxes, some Yoda babies. Printed a little Simon, an itty bitty Marvin Groot right there. Trelon Musk. Cat Bus. A little Velociraptor claw. See how it got flattened out here? I think I fixed that. Jawa. Actually, you can see what I'm talking about flattened here. This is supposed to be a little turbine blade. But you see how this section is flat right there? Well, that's supposed to be angled like this. So all those layers got squished into one until it began lifting up. So I think if I printed this again right now, this would be a little less worse. This is probably the model I should be using to test this. If I chop off this, it'll be a super fast print too. It'll be like a 5 or 10 minute print. So yeah, basically I got to keep lifting my Z offset until this part here stops squishing. When that stops squishing, then I've got the right offset. The dagger from Dune. Whistles. Let's see if the little one works again. Hey, it works again! I got it working again! I love that. It's almost an ultrasonic. That's awesome. So the little bugger works. Tried to print a paper bag, but it was a little too thin. So I destroyed it getting it off. So I think if I lifted it off the bed, I'd be able to do that. I love the cat bus. The cat bus is awesome. I also did a starship. Look, you see all the detail lines on the front there? All the detail lines in the engine nozzles, the vacuum engines, and the atmospheric engines. I got my pie cup. That's pie all the way down. Very cool. Cosmostrator from the first spaceship on Venus. I broke it trying to take away the supports. My best Eiffel Tower yet. I bet they did. The Rocinante. All the freaking details. I need to reprint this one in gray so you can actually see those details. I think Creality really did a number with this printer. I think they really hit the... I think they nailed it. I think they did a good job. Little fox. That's that Jucca design. Oh, you're going to love this. Oh, well, here's also the filler runner. I did him. And check this out. This is an example of something that an FDM printer simply can't do. This is the Shadow Battle Crab from the Shadows on Babylon 5. My Creality came factory level, so I didn't do anything to it. Look at that. And very little support, too. Just on these two arms here, I needed support. It's amazing what you can do with these things. So here's my itty bitty Groot Marvin. That spacey tree. That thing's just cool. And I actually have some more. Hang on. I will take you over there. I'm hungry too, so I want to get some eat. So here is the castle in ridiculous detail. Look at all the details in there. Everything is just so detailed. Yes, I do want to get some. I actually want some charcoal to do that model. This one's like almost like fabric. Look how it flexes. It's beautiful. I'm a virus and you guys are all screwed. Yeah. Remember that cuboid vase I printed? That big giant cube cycloidal vase. Here's a tiny one. I am leaning toward the Creality. It's so far the results I'm getting are really turning out nice. Little Christmas ornament. And then here is the Zelda figure. For some reason, it did not print the hole on the bottom, so I can't insert it onto the top. So I have to cut that off so I can glue these two together. But look at the details. Man, it's so good. Every little detail. Absolutely amazing. I love this green color. That's a nice color. So, look close up of the Dilophosaurus. He had a whole bunch of supports. They all came off no problem. Just nipped them off. So pretty cool. Really is impressing me, this machine. I use Elegoo resin because it's dirt cheap. I got links down below. It's in the it's under the ABS nylon and other kinds of filament category, but their resin is $35 to $45 a kilogram. I mean, that's high-end PLA price. No, I don't think it will be hard. You're not going to be able to do like palette kind of MMU kind of multicolor, but filament change multicolor, yeah. I've already got extra vats coming in for both printers, so I can try to do exactly that. Hit pause, lifts up, change out the vat to a vat with a different color, hit resume. Theoretically, that should work. Monocure stinks. Oh, that is I have some, and it is the worst smelling resin I've ever touched. Well, I'm sorry, no. Wanhao is worse. Whatever Wanhao uses is worse. But Monocure is right there with Wanhao. Man, as soon as you crack the bottle open, the whole house stinks. What I want is some gold or metallic resin. That's what I want. As far as toys, your primary issue is going to be you do not want to use regular resin. Because if you drop it, it's going to shatter, and then they're going to eat it. Guaranteed. Now, cured resin is safe. It's in its liquid stage where it's dangerous, but still, you don't want your kid eating that. So you're going to want to use tough resins. And then you're probably going to want to coat it, clear coat it. Not to me. Maybe it's the bottle I got, but I ordered some Monocure resin, and man, that stuff reeks. Maybe they've changed it. It was a year ago that I got a bottle of Monocure. But yeah, the Monocure I got reeked. Oh, that'd be pretty cool. Okay, print failed, which means 2 bottom layers was insufficient. And the 12 seconds may not have been enough burn time. Yeah, nothing attached. Which means I gotta do a vac cleaning. Yay! I think I need to lower my Z a little bit too. It's pretty neat. The shipping Creality machines will not have the holes in the build plate. They will be smooth. Oh yeah, I can see the Flexi-Rex down there. Come on, baby. Come on. There we go. Got it. Actually, he did print. He just separated at some point. He partially printed. So it looks like 12 seconds is okay. I just need, I think I need to bring my Z down a little bit. Because I noticed that the prints pop off the bed a little too easily. Well, that's what I did. I caught the edge of them and lifted a little bit, which flexed the FEP. And once the FEP flexed, popped right off. I don't like touching the FEP if I can help it. But that's I can make a nice little keychain out of that. So I might keep that. Okay. Any resin over here? Nope. I can safely touch that. Okay. So let's go to Tools, Move Z, Home. That's the trick. Don't damage the vat, the FEP. Although they include 2 extras, which is really nice. They're not that expensive, but it's nice to have. That's one thing I got to say about this kit is nice, is that you get 2 extra FEPs and you get a bottle. You get a ½ kilogram of resin, which is going to allow you to do a lot of experimenting before you need to go buy more stuff. So it comes with everything you need, which is nice. Although, hey, Anycubic, how about including that newer version on your thumb drives of the software? Because the whatever software comes with it sucks. The Creality will not come with resin. And although it also does come with extra FEPs. Yep, I'll be making a little keychain out of him. That just looks cool. I'll drill a hole right through his eye and turn him into a keychain. So not entirely wasted. Alrighty. we are going to go down 2 clicks. Set to Z0. Okay. Print. FlexiRex again. Go. Let's leave it at 4. Let's change this to 75. And let's change this back down to 12 again. Actually, we know 12 works, so we're going to do 10. And we're going to leave it as 4 bottom layers this time. And we'll see how that works. 26 minutes. Absolutely not. I would not allow children to touch this. Remember, the issue with resin is sensitization. So the more time you spend exposed to it, the worse the problem is. And children are unusually vulnerable to those kinds of things because they're young and they're growing. I would not allow children to touch a resin printer. No, the vat's about 1/3 the way full. So if this is the depth of the vat, I'm filled about that much. There's no reason to overfill unless you're going something big. Yeah, and FDM printer is perfectly safe. And the worst danger of an FDM printer is you burning yourself touching a hot part, and that's not going to permanently injure a kid. So yeah, I would not allow children to interact with a resin printer. Until we know more about the resin, I would not allow children to interact with the resin printer. Hell, children will probably get off putting their fingers in the vat because it probably feels funny. Yeah, not sexually get off, meaning thrill. They would probably get a thrill out of messing with it, and they'd probably try to eat it. I mean, you're the parent. You use your judgment. If you have unusually mature children, you might be able to integrate resin printing into their lifestyle. But in general, I would say no without extreme precautions. Last thing you want is a kid to have a problem 20 years down the road because he ate some resin. Yeah, no kidding. Well, nothing can fix stupid. I mean, you can't fix stupid. Oh, yeah, I guess it would do that. No, it's not that full. Oh, you mean the screws on the ball joint platform? No, it's not covering them up. Good to know, though. I didn't know that. That's right. You're not going to fix them, but they won't be there anymore to be a problem. Yeah, that's going to be a cool little keychain. There's probably somebody addicted to everything one way or another. People are weird. All right, so good to know. Do not cover up the build plate bolts with resin. Yeah, the shipping ones have no holes. I have 4 resin printers and approximately 120 to 125 FDM printers. That's a guess. It's probably right around 125. I also have the Jazzla to do. I also have the X1 coming in. I also have that really cheap monoprice CR10 clone that I grabbed to play with. And I got the laser cutter to play with. No, I never saw it. Well, at around 105, 110, we actually had a pretty detailed list. But since I packed everything, I can't go around and count them. They're all in crates. So. I need a little thermonuclear reactor out back. If anybody comes across a couple of RTGs, send them my way. I don't know. My guess is it would be a relatively old printer. Although that looks pretty modern. It says $199 though. Where are you seeing it for $179? It actually, this is pretty new. It's a matrix array LED array. That's a modern machine. Wow. Hell yeah, one arc reactor would power my house for the rest of my life. Yeah. Where are you seeing the monoprice one for $179? If you don't have permission to do what you're doing, then yes, it's illegal. What do you mean you're getting gaps? I do plan to get a wind turbine. My own farts? Sure. Someone else's farts? No. My sister's boyfriend, Anthony, his farts were WMDs. Like, he's registered with the CIA for WMDs. Like, he could murder an entire building, like, kill everyone in it. Even then, if you gain unauthorized access to a computer system, you're breaking the law. So most of the people who do that, they have a company and that's what they do. And then a company will hire you and say, go ahead, attack our system and give us a report on what you achieved. Well, now it's not illegal because it's authorized access. I understand the ePax X1 is supposed to be pretty good. Maker's Muse really liked it, so it's probably a safe purchase. Well, I'm looking into it here because it tends to be pretty windy a lot. Like it's often windy here, so I should be able to gain a lot from it. Uh, 230 Celsius. At least with Hatchbox wood PLA, I found out that printing at 230 Celsius decreases the number of clogs I get. I think it lowers the viscosity of the plastic a little bit, so it tends to flow a little better. The true solution to wood filament is a larger nozzle. You really want to be using a 0.5 or a 0.6. I'm trying to get it long enough to get a ponytail so I don't have to get any haircuts ever again. I hate wasting money on haircuts. $50 to $75K, I'm thinking, you know, $100 pole sticking up in the air. Why in the world would you pay 50 to 75K? There's no point in that. Really? They have a wind turbine at the sewage treatment plant. That's cool. I mean, layers are sticking great to each other, but no smooth surface, like cracks between the next layer. But if there's a crack, then the layers aren't sticking to each other. So that's why I'm confused. Hacking a PS4 is not illegal because you own the PS4. So you have authorized access. Now, if you try to hack Sony's server, that's a little different. Probably not enough to power the whole house, but enough to supplement solar, yes. I'm thinking, you know, a turbine 30 feet in the air. Yeah, but it wouldn't hold up. Well, maybe if I did nylon, but that'd be expensive. Because people like to watch the world burn. Something besides FEP, huh? That's interesting. Well, if I ever want pizza, I found a cheap place to get pizza. Costco. $10 for basically any pizza you want, and it's a 16-inch large pizza. It's a big one. $10. They have hot dogs. It's a $1.50, and you get the hot dog, and you get a 20-ounce drink for $1.50. And This isn't your normal hot dog bun. This is bun and hot dog that sticks like 50% out of the bun and all beef. I was like, wow. And it's delicious. And the pizza's good too. Although you got to ask for extra sauce. The stock, it doesn't come with enough sauce. $1.50. 550 calories for $1.50. And they got onion, salsa, ketchup, mustard, of course. And churros. Big, giant churros, like this big, $1. I love churros. A hot dog tasted pretty damn good to me. Yeah, we have a Costco in town. Actually, I think there's 2. Is there 2? I think there might be 2 Costcos. Oh, they must be closed for New Year's. But yeah, there are 3 Costcos in Albuquerque. Thankfully, there's one down here that I can reach in the wintertime. Then there's one right in the center, and there's one in the upper left-hand corner. So there's 3 Costcos in Albuquerque. Do you love women's on your face? No. People sitting on my face tend to hurt. Yeah, I saw that. $200 monoprice SLA printer, and it's got a matrix parallel LED array. Nice. No, these are actual Costco's. There's also Sam's Clubs. No, 40 millimeters per second is not too fast. I usually print at 50 millimeters per second. Are you sure you're not using ABS? Oh, that sucks. Let's see. There are 3 Sam's Clubs. And what's the other one? BJ's. No BJ's. So you got Sam's and Costco. PLA 210 should be fine. 40 millimeters per second is fine. Find me on Twitter and send me some pictures. Make sure they're clean, clear pictures too. Good light, in focus, so I can see what I'm looking at. How old am I? I don't know. I'm 42 or 43. I think I'm 43. 42 or 43. I actually don't know. Now, PLA has a pretty wide temperature variance. I mean, I've printed some PLAs upwards of 230, no problem. Hello, Brian from the UK. I don't know how old I am. I'm 43. I knew it was one of those. So in 6 months, I'll be 44. Yeah, exactly. I don't really care how old I am. It doesn't matter. Once I passed 42, the answer to life, the universe, and everything, it didn't matter anymore. Yep. Just remind you, you're 1 year closer to dying. We're trying to get a FlexiRex to print at 50% scale that actually flexes. Depends on where you live. See, that's the nice thing about the mountains of New Mexico. No earthquakes, no hurricanes, no tornadoes. None of that. Just you don't get any of that stuff here. Exactly. When you stop actually having birthdays, you stop counting them. I haven't celebrated a birthday in 5 years, 6 years. It just doesn't matter. Thank you, Knack. What's Mount Capuline? Oh yeah, if Yellowstone goes up, I won't feel a thing. I've already passed the middle point of my life. The middle point of my life was probably 32-ish. The probability of me living to 70 is pretty low. So 70 is optimistic. Nice. So you're able to print it really big. That's cute. Nice. Lucky bastard. Before you move the electronics underneath, do you wish to print with high temperature plastics? Because one of the reasons I like the CR10V2 is they went back to the external control box, which means I can put an enclosure around the printer without having to enclose the electronics. That's a good thing. Here we go. Ah, it broke free again. I can feel the pieces on the bottom. Damn it. Why is it suddenly not sticking? I mean, that stuck fine. Maybe I really need 85 seconds? Whoa. Oh, wow. Okay, this flashlight cures the resin. Okay, don't shine a high power LED flashlight into your vat. That's what happens. Okay, live and learn. It actually started to smoke. Wow. So that means I can cure this with this flashlight? Wow, look at it go. It's actually smoking. You see the smoke? Can you guys see that smoke? Who would have thought? Resin smoke. Don't breathe this. That's incredible. I never would have thought that would work that effectively. Like, this is actually warm. Yeah, it cured that resin. That's amazing. That's an even skinnier piece. I thought I saw another piece in here. Nope, I guess not. I think I saw the eddy current. Wait a minute. No. I did see something. Got it. I did see something. Uh-huh. Got ya. Okay. That's all clean still? Yes. Okay. Okay, let's leave it the way it was before that we know worked. Let's get through the attachment layer and then try reducing the burn time. I need to see it. Also, have you tried downloading my sample print file, my Benchy, on my Google Drive and seeing if that exhibits the same problem? Hey, David. This here? Oh, yeah, I can actually feel the heat. If I hold it against my hand here, I can feel it get warmer. It's a very, very bright flashlight. $5 at Tractor Supply. Hey, Larry. Now remember, these problems I'm having with the printer right now are not a result of the printer. It's a result of us playing around with the settings to try to get a movable part. If I printed the FlexiRex at full scale, it would probably work fine. But I'm kind of pushing the hardware a little bit because I want to get a little tiny Rexy that works. So that's nothing to do with the printer having a problem or anything like that. That's me trying to tweak it. Exactly. I'm going outside the scope of the settings they're supposed to be using for this, and I'm playing with it. Oh, yeah. Plus, you're seeing it lengthwise. It's the same size vat as that printer, 6 inches, 5.9 inches, 150 millimeters. No, not too bad. Not too much of a smell. I'm surprised. I was expecting it to be a little stinkier, but no. Yeah, not a long ways to go yet. So far, the only issue I have with the BMG clone is it's a pain in the freaking ass to load and unload filament. To the point where I don't try. I let the filament run out and I feed in new filament. Because you can't release and pull and push filament. Otherwise, it's been working flawlessly. It's kicking ass on this machine. No, I wish. Oh God, I wish. I would so love to have a phenome. I'm not using outdoor light because it's my understanding that curing in sunlight makes the prints more brittle. That you actually want to cure as close to 405 nanometers as possible. So what I have is this. And this. So this is a what, 50 watt? 30 watt. This is a 30 watt, 405 nanometer LED emitter, okay, or close to that, that range. So I want to set this up on a stand just like this, just pointing this way. There'll be a box around it, all right? And then I got one of these. What would you get if you exposed the resin through a monochrome film negative? I have no idea. I guess it depends on whether that negative allowed 405 nanometer light to pass or not. Okay. So now let's change the interlayers to 12. So this can run off batteries or USB. And it's a little turntable. Just that simple. It's a little table. Where's my little battery? This'll do. Yeah, I imagine a lot of it, there would be a pretty decent amount of shrinkage. There we go. So I take something like this and set it on here, and it turns. And then I have this light set up right here like this, little enclosure, just blasting it with 30 watts of 405 nanometer light, and it'll sit there and rotate as it's being blasted by the light. That's it. I'll probably even 3D print an entire enclosure for it just because I can. One of these parts will actually slot into. But that's it. That's going to be my curing rig. I'm not sure why it's got 2 settings. Oh. Hello? Why did it stop? I'm not sure what the 2 settings are, but they appear to spin at the same speed. But that's not what I'm going to use. And this has got a mirror base, so any UV light will reflect up. So, you know, you won't have any shadow spaces. But yeah, that's what I'm going to use. This and this. They're very cheap. But hang on. Where are they? Your orders. We can add that. Oh, Amazon has a really good deal. I don't know if they still have it. You can check it. I'll add it to household. I don't know if the deal is still on or not. But if you like Scott tissue paper, toilet paper, it's under the household category. They have it for $27 for a 32-roll case. If you add 2 to your shopping cart, it should come out to $36 in the shopping cart. That's $36 for 64 rolls of paper. Yeah, that's 50 cents a roll for Scott 1000. There's the curing station. There's the turntable. Yeah, it was 19 bucks for the light, and it was 15 bucks for the turntable. I'm going to have to create a separate category for resin printing just to make it a little more organized. There, I added it all under 3D printing parts and accessories, including the ultrasonic bath that I ordered. I got those because they're orange. I like orange. Yours is able to run on the UV light? Your UV light was able to power the solar turntable? Hey, I got a PayPal. Thank you, Lawrence, for the $5. I appreciate that. And someone said, check Twitter. What the hell is that? What is that? Huh. I didn't think the solar one would power off the UV light. Cool. Well, this is 30 watts, so that should be strong enough. If this little thing can do it. Are you using Cura? Skeff MKD sent me a picture of a problem he's having. Make sure it didn't default to 2.85 millimeter filament. You'll be massively under extruding otherwise. So Cura defaults to 2.85. So make sure you have it set for 1.75. Because those lines look too large. Like there's too much space. I never got a solar one because I just assumed the UV LEDs would not be strong enough. Because that looks like it's simply not extruding enough filament. And that will happen if you're feeding 2.85 millimeter filament in there. Or if it thinks you are. Yes, I have two mini deltas. I have a Castle clone that I got off Craigslist. That's eh. And I have the QQ Cricket from FL Sun, which is pretty nice. But yeah, that's nice. And it should be big enough to do pretty much any model that I could fit on that print bed. So. Yeah, I'm thinking this probably doesn't need anything because it's a back printed glass mirror, so the UV light can get underneath and shine up. That's one of the reasons I picked this one, is because of the mirror platform and because USB power. Nice! You have a nice partner there. A Chiron for Christmas. Hell yeah. I'll have to bite them if they didn't use my link. There we go. So dollar store, get myself a little USB adapter, plug a little 3-outlet power strip next to the case so I can plug in the light and this, and boom, done. So that will work out nicely. Does this have a switch? No. Oh, yes, it does. This does have a switch. That's right. There is a switch on the plug here. So that's good. So I'll probably frab up a case for this later tonight. And with the millimeter nozzles, I can print it out pretty fast. But that's how I'm going to cure my resin prints. Nice. Resin printing can be a little bit of a hassle. The printing process is childishly easy. There's nothing to do. It's turnkey. It's like an appliance. The cleanup, however, can be a little bit of a pain and a little expensive. You know, this alcohol is $12 a gallon. You know, even at Walmart, it's $10 a gallon. You know, it gets expensive. That's why I'm hoping to get the ultrasonic bath and the mean green will work well, because that stuff's $5 a gallon, and go from there. Maybe I can get in industrial quantities even cheaper. Sidewinder X1's a good machine. See you later, Bill. Oh, not you, Kazalar. See you later, Kazalar. So the mean green does work in the ultrasonic, no problem. What's that? A moonshine still? Yeah, you do that wrong, you go blind. So no, thank you. Says this domain has expired. Contact the domain administrator. So that link does not work. You dilute it? Really? You just mix it with water? How much? 1 to 1, 2 to 1, 3 to 1? Well, see, that's just it. If you have to sand PLA, you did it wrong. I mean, does that look like it needs sanding? You know, if I have to sand PLA, I don't. I reprint it. 5 to 1. Which one's 5? 5 water or 5 mean green? No problem, Guido. Yeah, Colin, you can get alcohol pretty cheap. I posted links earlier in the stream for you can get 5 liters of, or I'm sorry, 20 liters of 99% alcohol, isopropyl alcohol on Amazon Prime for $54.99 pounds. That's about $13 a gallon. That's what I pay here for alcohol. Hmm. Oh, this one here? Yeah. So 20% water. You dilute it 20% water. Okay. That's good. That means every 4 gallons gets me 5 gallons. I can do that. If you go back in the stream, you can see it. I can probably get the link again for you. Hang on. Amazon. .uk. I think it's this one right here. There it is. I got the link for you. This is for Amazon UK. Water. He's mixing water with the mean green. Yeah, that's actually not bad. And then you don't have to have mean green. You just have to have one of these degreaser cleaners. So the trick is to find out which one that's available in the UK is the equivalent of like Mr. Clean or Mean Green or Simply Green. You know, one of those. Yeah, the Mean Green just in a tub does not work. I mean, it takes some of the resin off, but it does not clean the print. The alcohol works 100 times better. So I'm hoping once the ultrasonic arrives, that'll make the difference because this stuff is a lot cheaper. I got a nice little ultrasonic unit. It's a, what is it, a 2 liter or 3 liter ultrasonic unit? It's big enough to hold any print I can make in this. The orange degreaser works. What about the dollar store orange degreaser? Does that work? Because that's really cheap. Oh, yeah. That is Telementelli, $10 on PayPal. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Hey, someone made one of my things. Oh, one of my Wanhao i3 Maker Select Riser Filament Guide things. I tend not to use supports. That's how I do that. I don't use supports. But yeah, I just shave it close enough. If your supports come off cleanly enough, you're just taking, my chisel or a knife and just done. I'm usually not that concerned with having that perfect finish in a print. So if you see layer lines, that really doesn't bother me. See, if I still have to use the IPA, that kind of defeats the point of the mean green, since the IPA will do the job already. Yeah, my solution to supports is to not have supports. Why would there be a fire hazard with IPA? I mean, I know it's flammable, but why would there be a significant fire hazard? What? IPA in the ultrasonic can catch fire? I never heard of that. That's crazy. Ouch. But you don't need the ultrasonic with IPA. Literally, just rinse, just go shh with the print and the IPA, and you're done. It's that fast. What I do is literally, I'm pretty sure this is the alcohol. Yeah, that's the alcohol. But my process is pretty simple. I literally take the print and I swish it around. This one's already clean. I swish it around in the IPA, and then to clean off any residual, I have a bottle with IPA, and I just to clean off any residual, and that's it. I'm done. Let the part out to dry. Maybe a little longer for a larger, more complex model, but that's it. That's all I do. Well, you have a lid, don't you? Every one I've seen has a lid, so that should avoid the gas issue. I got a nice little one, $70, and it's a more industrial one, not those consumer jewelry cleaner ones. So it's the ultrasonic, and it also heats. And these work surprisingly well too. I had a problem with resin gooping up on the bottom of the mixed resin gooping up on the bottom of the cup here, where it just wasn't coming out. And I just went in there with a brush and just took it right off. You rock, dude. Thank you. I heard acetone can work, but gasoline's dangerous. Gasoline's really dangerous. Acetone and alcohol burn, gasoline vapor detonates. So I wouldn't be fucking around with gasoline in that regard. Now, if somebody could figure out a way to filter the alcohol to remove the resin that's in it, now that would be valuable information. I'm wondering, I'd lose some to evaporation, but I'm wondering if I ran the alcohol across a trough, so a large metal ramp. So I would pour it on one end, and it would trickle down the ramp into a bucket on the other end, and where the alcohol was really thin, not like a deep bath, but like a thin layer. And if the sunlight directly on it would be enough to cure the resin in the alcohol, dissolved in the alcohol, and then I could just filter it on the other end and remove the precipitate. I wonder if that would work. Can you filter it though? Can you filter out the resin with a cheap enough filter that you're not, the money you save by saving the alcohol is wasted by buying the buying the filters. If the filters cost more than just buying more alcohol, then you've defeated the point. Well, broad sunlight up here is pretty damn strong. Remember, I'm in New Mexico, okay? So the one thing we got lots of is sunlight. And lots of UV. Half-gallon bottles of what, Tim? I don't know if it would. I mean, you saw how quick the resin evaporated. Resin cured when I hit it with this. All I need is for it to precipitate enough that a standard paper filter can catch it. That's what I'm thinking. Exactly. If I can precipitate enough of the resin out to solid, then a coffee filter would work, and those are nothing. But if I have to use some kind of specialized filter, it didn't stick again. Now that's interesting. I used the same settings as the first time. So what changed? Why isn't it sticking now? Huh. So suddenly my prints aren't sticking. Dish detergent in your sink's hot water, and then a little IPA to clear it off when you're done. Nope, it's tight. What did I change? Unless my plate is too close, and me putting it closer just made it worse. I didn't think of that. Come on, I don't want to take it out. What a pain. Just need to clean this off enough so it doesn't drip all over the LCD screen. When I pull the vat out again. Yeah, I can see it in there. There we go. Okay. Another FlexiRex keychain. Yeah, no shit. No, I've never used Anycubic before. It's the first time. And I've always used Eligo and Monocure. and Wanhao, which I'll never use again because the stuff reeks. Yes. I'm going to put it back where it was. I think I was too close, and I adjusted it 0.2 millimeters down. So I'm going to put it back where it was at the original 0. No, I haven't seen that. No, I haven't damaged nothing. Okay. Okay, we're going to try that. Set to 0. Print FlexiRex. And we're going to increase the burn time to 85. Okay. See what that does. The resin doesn't settle on the bottom. It forms what looks like a fungus fuzz cloud that permeates all of the resin. Or the alcohol. I've done it. So eventually there will be a little bloom of cured resin inside the alcohol, and it'll look like a little fuzzy cotton candy cloud. Well, the problem is you can't cure the resin because the UV light does not penetrate far enough into the liquid to actually cure all the resin. You kind of need direct exposure to the UV light. So the alcohol bath acts as radiation shielding and prevents the UV light from getting it. Trust me, I've used UV lights that will burn you. I mean, like you put it on your skin and you go, ow. Okay, trust me, the light was plenty strong enough. A lot more than 60 watts, probably like 100, 110 watts. Yeah, I mean, it makes this thing look like chump light. See you later, Robbie Mac. That's why these printers are good, because you can change the exposure on the fly. That's why I'm thinking if I can run it down a slush box and let the sun hit it and precipitate the resin out, because then it doesn't have to penetrate very far into the alcohol to do anything. Well, that's just it, though. Will the coffee filter actually remove the resin, or will it pass the resin like it passes the alcohol? If I can get the resin to precipitate, then yes, it'll work great. But I have to get the resin to precipitate. A centrifuge is an interesting idea, because I would imagine they would have different masses, different densities. Again, the issue with the filter is it'll pass the resin as easily as it will pass the alcohol. I need something that won't pass the resin but will pass the alcohol. Well, yeah, sure, but now I'm burning batteries and I'm burning the lifespan of the bulb. At that point, it begins to become cheaper to just buy more alcohol. See, I'm not looking to save alcohol. I'm looking to save money. So if my solution to saving the alcohol costs more than the alcohol I'm saving, then I'm not saving money. No, but see, the resin dissolves in the alcohol. And the more resin that dissolves in the alcohol, the less effective the alcohol becomes at cleaning your prints. Meaning it starts to leave a resin goo on your prints because there's so much resin in the alcohol. Exactly. So I'm looking for a way to recycle the alcohol so that I change it, recycle it, and use it again. But in a manner that costs less than buying more alcohol. That's what I was thinking about with the slush box to get it to cure the resin out of the alcohol. If it can, does the resin in solution cure? I don't know. Yes, if it's something that they regularly stock, you can order it online. It's very handy. Not all the resin sinks. Some of it does, but there's still resin in solution in the floating alcohol. What I think is happening is, you know how you can mix sugar with water? Okay? The sugars is mixed in solution with the water. It's not separate. It's in solution. Now, if you keep adding sugar, you're going to hit what's called a saturation point, where the water molecules cannot contain any more sugar molecules. You then get precipitate. You get undissolved sugar at the bottom of the container. I believe that cloudy mess we're seeing is that. I believe the alcohol is fully saturated with resin, and that shroom that we see, that cloud that we see, is the excess resin that the alcohol can no longer hold. So even if you got rid of that, you would still have a fully saturated alcohol solution, which won't work as well for cleaning prints. I need to figure out a way to get the alcohol to release that resin so that it's back to being more pure alcohol. So I need to somehow remove the alcohol from it. To clean prints again, yes, which means I have to reduce the amount of resin in the prints. Kind of like distilling it. Yes, I need to go back to pure alcohol. Well, the problem is the light can't penetrate the alcohol. So the light will cure whatever resin is touching the surface of your container or that's sitting right on the surface of the water. But you go 2 millimeters into the alcohol and the UV light's doing nothing. You can actually see this. I was experimenting with my big, powerful UV flashlight. I'm talking this flashlight, you hit resin with it and it flashes into smoke. It's so strong. Yet once a skin formed on the resin, you know, where it hardened to skin, the liquid resin inside stopped curing because the UV light could no longer penetrate with enough strength to work. That's why you can't do a resin print with 0.3 millimeter layer height, because the resin can't penetrate that much. So the same thing happens in the alcohol. The UV light can't penetrate the alcohol deeply enough. Hi, baby. What do you got? Would a kidney filter it? Yeah, it'd kill you too. So my idea was if I made it thin enough and then let the sun do it, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, he's a good cat. Good kitty cat.
They're both good.
That's interesting. I didn't think of that. Does resin freeze? Oh, yes and no. It probably takes some pretty expensive equipment to distill it without losing a whole bunch of the alcohol to evaporation. So I'll have to look into. No, it can't. Trust me, I've tried. It doesn't work. I've taken that little cloud balloon of resin in the alcohol and put it out in the sun. Did nothing to it.
Hi, baby.
Days out in the sun. Did nothing to it.
Hi, baby number 2. And hi, baby. Hi,
Exactly.
Nancy.
That's what I want. That's the idea I have with the slush box. Imagine if I took a metal plate like this at a slight angle and I just drizzled the alcohol on the metal plate. It's going to be a super thin layer of alcohol that's going to be microns thick. So the idea is that now it's thin enough that the sun, as long as I have this path long enough to allow the sun to hit it long enough, that it can precipitate that resin out of the alcohol. The question is, does the resin that is in, now the resin floating in the alcohol, yes, it's going to cure that and I can filter that out. But the resin that is dissolved into solution with the alcohol, will that cure? I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe the chemical properties of the resin change when it's in solution with the alcohol. I just don't know. Yeah, mirror is even better. Good idea, because then you get it from both sides. That's what I'm thinking. Distilling might be the only option. It might be the only way to chemically separate the two materials. Well, if I can even filter half of it out, I can increase the lifespan of the alcohol. If I can filter half the resin out, then my cost goes from $10 a gallon to $7.50 a gallon. That's worth it for some free sunlight. Yeah, something. Somebody will figure it out eventually. If I don't figure it out, somebody else will. As this gets more popular, people will do more experimentation with it. I use these containers. I get them 2 for $1 at the dollar store, or a 2-pack, and they're what, 800 milliliter, but they're just big enough to hold the biggest print you can make on the printer. They're just big enough that they're perfect size for it, and they're 2 for $1. Is absorbing water a problem? Does that matter? You might have to rinse a little longer, but I don't think it's going to actually reduce the effectiveness of it. Yeah, I was thinking kind of like that. The trick is it would have to be airtight enough not to lose all the alcohol to evaporation. Because alcohol pretty readily evaporates. So if that fuzzy stuff is the alcohol precipitate, or is the resin precipitating out of the alcohol, then yeah, that might work. And 99% is not that much more money than 91%. So I will definitely have to try that. Alrighty, guys, it is 10 after 4. I'm going to keep playing with this FlexiRex to see if I can get it to go, but I've got to run to the mailbox and get my mail. So I will see you all next week. Of course, I should have a video this weekend, and then we'll have another live stream next week where we will do the 2 hot boxes from Wham Bam and Creality. So see you then. You guys have a great day. Let's see, how do I stop this?